Emailed it to me? I think I texted the link. No, I didn't remember seeing anything. Let's go to Christina. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It is a little after 8:03. We'll get started here in a minute with our Humboldt County Board of Commissioners annual retreat. It's Monday, January 27th. So bear with us a couple minutes and we give Commissioner Tipton a chance to get here. There is a note, our invite suggested the meeting was at 9 o'clock. The agenda has us at 8. We're going to start here. We're going to split the difference, kind of. We'll start at 8:05. Okay, this is Commissioner Evatz. We're going to get started. I'll call this meeting to order and get Commissioner Tipton caught up when he does arrive. That's item number 1. Just for note, our district attorney's representation, Tony, is participating via Teams. So we have him. Good morning, Tony. And we'll move to item number 2, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and join me. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll help with the roll call. Everyone's present, but Mr. Tipton. Commissioner Tipton, again, catch us in progress. And as I mentioned, our PA rep is via Teams. Item number 4 is public comment. This is general public comment. Is designated for discussion only. The public has the opportunity here to address the commission on matters that are not appearing on the agenda. However, no action can be taken until the matter itself is specifically included on the agenda. So with that, I'll open it for public comment. We'll start with folks in the room. Any public comment in the room? Ladies?
No.
Any public comment online? Nobody's got their hand up. Okay, so we're going to move to item number 5, and I probably should have captured in my initial comments. The agenda that's posted shows it's taking a lunch break from 12 noon to 1 p.m. with parentheses if needed. My goal will be to chair us to completion of this entire meeting before that lunch break. If we can't be completed before the lunch break, we'll pass the hat around amongst some commissioners and we'll have lunch brought in so we don't need to leave for an hour. That's acceptable to the commissioners. Okay, and we'll do something really fancy like Domino's Pizza. So, just a heads up, that's how we're going to roll today. Anybody have any objections to it? I don't hear any. Oh, okay. Item number 5 is the Nevada 95-80 Regional Development Authority presentation. This is for information only. This is a presentation on the Regional Development Authority and projects related to community and economic development. And this is for information only. And good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I would have to say that the 9 o'clock time would have been better. This is Michelle Hammond Allen, Economic Development for the record. And I'm here this morning. Dawn asked me to take some time to put together a presentation to talk about what we've done this past year with the Regional Development Authority. So as you know, the Regional Development Authority is made up of Humboldt County, City of Winnemucca, Pershing County, and the City of Lovelock. Next slide. All right, the RDA was created with that whole purpose of working together to support economic and community development as a region. So it's really important that we note that, because when we're working on projects and there's things that I'm working on, it's a regional approach. It's not just under, Humboldt County. It's taking both cities and both counties into perspective and how we can be effective as a region. So you've seen this diagram before, so go ahead and move on to the next slide. Feel free to stop me at any point if you want to have any discussion. The regional development authorities were created in an effort to more efficiently distribute funding from the state in the economic and community development space, but more than that, for coordination and creating partnerships to move economic development for the state of Nevada in a better way, to get boots on the ground. And so the GOED office really works closely with us to make sure that they're in tune with what's going on in our communities that we represent. As you know, we were originally Humboldt Development Authority on our own. That was accepted as a Regional Development Authority under NRS at the time. However, that changed, and they were looking at bigger regions and how we could come together and work more effectively versus these individual communities, so to speak. And so there for a time we were part of Northern Nevada Regional Development Authority out of Elko, and that was found to be not advantageous for Humboldt County. At the same time, Pershing County was part of another RDA, same thing. We weren't included in the conversations that we needed to be included in, or given the information that we needed to have. And so that at the time, there was a big move back in 2021 for us to come together as a region with our like similarities being smack dab in the middle of the state, mining and agriculture being our top industries. It made a lot of sense. And so here we are. So next slide, please. So GOED is charged with responsibilities to promote, coordinate, support, and oversee all economic development programs, activities, and efforts in the state. They contract, I'll remind you, contract, not grant, contract, with 8 regional development authorities across the state. Nevada 9580, and their contract receives $126,000 annually. And we have a scope of work that includes business development. As you can see, that's creation and development of new, retention and expansion of existing Nevada companies, attraction and relocation, or expansion of companies outside the state of Nevada. We all are also slated with the responsibility of regional collaboration. And so as an RDA, we're expected to collaborate with local governments, economic development, workforce development, and other key organizations across the region. Support and interaction with GOED programs and initiatives, again, is a part of our scope of work, a part of our contract, a part of what I do to fulfill that is my interaction with GOED programs. We brought different things together here, like Main Street. Main Street's a big one that I've been working on, especially more recently. Our international division, there's things at the international level that I focus in. in particular with the mining sector. It's really important with our relationships with Australia and Canada. We also suggest and support state and federal legislation and lobbying related to community and economic development. We are unique and that our RDA works directly with our local governments. That doesn't happen with all RDAs. I think that's an advantage for us as in our community, our counties, our cities, because it gives us direct working relationships with you folks, and we're able to advance things in a more collaborative approach. So, next slide. Go at it, especially under, in my, this is totally my opinion, but I think you can all observe this under the direction of our new governor. There has definitely been more outreach to the rural communities. Each cabinet level, at the governor's office, at the state level, has been given rural liaisons to work directly with our communities, which is significant. I would say from the time I started to now that they're listening to rural Nevada in a way that they never have. The other GO-ED programs outside of Main Street are Community Development Block Grant that runs through GO-ED, as well as all the incentives, the Accelerator program, which is an entrepreneurial program there at the state level. Sandy, that is a grant that comes in that's workforce development related. There are quite a few of our community college students that are able to access Sandy funds for both nursing and CTE programming. And the Workforce Innovations for New Nevada, that's also in the workforce development space. We'll talk about a few programs here coming up. Next slide, please. Again, this is not new to you, but I thought it was worth bringing attention to again. I think that as a member of our RDA, Humboldt County's goals and purposes align with the work of the RDA. Your strategic issue number 1 up on the wall, economic diversity with orderly development and growth of the community. So goals in that area are developing physical infrastructure. A lot of the work I do through the RDA and through my office has to do with infrastructure projects that we're working on here in Humboldt County. Goal number 2, promote the location of new businesses and the retention and expansion of current business. To expand the tax base and improve quality of life. Expand the tax base. I think it's really important that we keep that in mind. I know we constantly are talking about these projects and how much they cost and, you know, revenue to expenditures. And as we're coming up on budgeting, we need to remember that as costs go up, we need to work on increasing that tax base. And part of the way we do that is encouraging and bringing new business into the community and developing property in a way that increases tax revenue. Other pertinent strategic issues, efficiency and responsiveness. The RDA speaks directly to that because it supports you and what you do and your initiatives as a county, and that's all about enriching the life of our residents. Intergovernmental cooperation is also a key characteristic here in Humboldt County. We're known for our ability to get things done through like our cost share agreement with the city, for example. Next slide. Economic development is also part of the master plan. And I know there's been a lot of discussion on the overall regional master plan. The pieces of that and as those plans developed in the past, Humboldt Development Authority was very involved in that process. And the goals that were developed out of that, again, diversifying the economy, enhancing natural resource-based industries, including mining, agriculture, ranching, recreation, and tourism, and seeking value-added manufacturing of those resources. Promoting economic development, again, with the goal to increase tax base, to support and promote the vision and goals of the Humboldt Development Authority. Again, that plays to, our Humboldt Development Authority being very involved in the creation of the regional master plan and where we are going as a community. Next slide, please. And so this is something that I'm sharing that I share on a regular with our Humboldt Development Authority board. And so I've created a staff report that centers around the purposes of the RDA and the HDA. Both the purposes of both those organizations are almost exactly the same. And so keeping that in mind, new business inquiries over 2024, there's about 26. That's not including calls for just simple questions. Those are just initial calls on businesses interested in locating or local people looking at starting up business. I would say those 26 are those more serious inquiries that are calling for specific information from me. They're serious about looking at Humboldt County as far as location. Ongoing business development, they're outside of that 26. There's been about 23 ongoing business development companies that I've been working with. You can see I broke down by sector, but there's mining sector, which would be those value-added companies that are related there. The one that I have listed under here is the new drilling company that I helped locate here to Winnemucca. And then we have manufacturing, agriculture, solar, geothermal, other energy. There are other energy, Pinion Pipeline. I've worked with them over this past year as their projects been coming to fruition. And then housing. So out of all of the phone calls on housing that I get, which are quite a few, I would say out of that, and I went through the list, there are 8 that I was in continued conversation with throughout the year. So that gives you a sense of the people that are interested in developing housing projects here in our community. Go ahead. Now, as an RDA, we receive requests for information. So this is when a company approaches the state on locating here. Not necessarily to Humboldt County, but to the state. The 22 inquiries I have here are companies that were looking at our region, our RDA, as a potential location. This doesn't include anything that would be, have crazy numbers as far as workforce requirements or things that we just don't have. These were 22 hard inquiries as far as locating here. And again, that's outside of the 26 that just called my office. Again, going back to that business piece, I also hosted an Australian group that we did the mining sector regional tour here that seemed to be very fruitful. We went out, spent the day with Port Rochester. I also organized a meeting of representatives from all our mines in the area to speak with these people that came over that had mining related companies that they were looking at partnering with the mining industry in the state. There's a lot of work in workforce development. Great Basin College, I sit on the Institutional Advisory Committee as a member there. A Nevada Works Board member, as you know, I serve on behalf of Humboldt County as well as the RDA on that board, and then also on the local elected official piece of Nevada Works. A lot of our workforce funding in the state of Nevada has been funneled through Nevada Works, and so that's a pretty significant partnership. Good Jobs Challenge, I've been a partner in that and worked actively in that the last year. A Good Jobs Challenge was an EDA grant that came out of the US government for workforce development. It's benefiting our residents in funding for CTE education. The US EDA Tech Hub, we're a consortium member in that. I've been very active in bringing that to fruition. As you know, I've reported on this before, we received $21 million from the Tech Hub for the state of Nevada. We'll talk about that here in just a few minutes. I also sit on the OSET Rural STEM Advisory Committee. And part of the reason that I got involved in that is, as you all know, STEM education in our schools is very important. It's also a source of funding for our school districts, and there was not very much rural representation in that and what was going on at the state level with that. So I've become involved in that to try to help funnel funding this direction. I sit on the LHS CTE Advisory Committee, and so I'm working with the school district on a couple potential funding sources there. And then, as you all know, the Western Nevada College CDL program. This past year, I brought in 10 Class B students and 9 Class A students that successfully completed their CDL programs. That includes registering these students, walking them through a scholarship opportunity, coordinating the class, and coordinating our instructor, all of that. The program to date has 17 total Class Bs and 23 Class As, and I definitely want to commend Butch Gordo. He reached his 100th CDL as an instructor, working with me on this program. So it's a great thing. It's a great benefit to the community. We've had some of our city and county employees go through that program, some of which have been on scholarship, and a great cost savings to our local employees that we then don't have to pay for them to travel and be out of town for an extensive amount of time to go and obtain those. We also work with NDOW, Southwest Gas, Carter Ag, as well as another few different small businesses. The trash companies, for example, they need, Class B CDLs, and we put a couple of desert disposals crew through the CDL program. So that's business interest. Authority purpose, promoting the general and overall improvement of its members, including community capacity building, industrial parks, downtown revitalization, and the construction of related public facilities and infrastructure. So that's a mouthful, and it takes a lot of time, as you know, to bring all these things to fruition. I've listed, and I wanted to discuss with you a couple of those specific projects to Humboldt County, but again, I want to add that I've laced in a few of our city projects in here just for reference, but remember there's that whole other arm of what's going on in Pershing County and the city of Lovelock, and so I'll touch on a few of those things as I move forward. So Sage Heights. As you know, I've been working on Sage Heights here now for the last couple years. Now I guess we're coming up on, and I have it under our Brownsville program. I'm working with Carol on the proposed emergency operations center in the old pool building and the Humboldt County Buildings and Grounds building. So under our Brownsville program, I arranged to have that property surveyed and reparceled so that we can move forward on the new building up there. Again, as you know, we needed to have it addressed to get utilities hooked up and things moving forward with that. And so that work allowed for that to happen. We're also working on those center buildings. Like I said, the Emergency Operations Center, we're just now completing the feasibility, structural and mechanical feasibility of the Quonset huts. We did do phase 1 and phase 2 already. Phase 2 was the asbestos and lead-based paint. We're also in the process of identifying any oil tanks, heating oil tanks that are under the ground and that will need to be removed there. And so my hope, as you all know, is to be able to come to you and to the city and show paths forward there. What can we do? If we go ahead and demo them, what is that going to take? What does that look like? If we're going to repurpose those buildings again, what is that going to take? What is it going to look like? And what is the cost? And where could we potentially find funds to help with that? The City Aquatic Center, I've been on that design committee, moving that project forward. We're getting ready to go out and start looking for funding for the Aquatic Center build out. And so that will be pretty active in that coming up this year. The Chimney Recreation Area Improvements. That's one that I've been working on since this last year. As you know, it was brought to the attention that the restrooms need to be replaced out there. There needs to be some work on the roads, signage, et cetera, et cetera. So I've been working with Daniel on what the county can do through Public Works. I also obtained quotes on replacing the buildings and started the process of applying for grant funds for the repurposing, or not repurposing, revitalization of that area, and met with Melanie with Conservation District. And so we're connecting all the pieces as far as what we can do funding wise there. I did do a pre-application for funding that's being requested through the legislative budget this year under Conserve Nevada that might help us move some of that along here in this next year. So Chimney Recreation Area. Grass Valley Wastewater Treatment Facility and our nitrate mitigation program. Again, as you all know, I've been working on that project for the last couple years, trying to move things along. You've been asking for updates on the project, and I'll say this, that we're in the middle of that location feasibility study right now. It's a lot of work, you know, it's coordinating property owners, it's getting our engineers out there, it's studying the geology and the hydrology of potential sites. It's been a journey for sure, but it's coming together. We're making forward motion, and that's huge. And so another thing that I've been tasked with over the last couple of years is how are we going to fund it? So that's something that's been in my arena, and I'll talk about that here coming up on some of the relationships that I've established, some of the money that we've lined up for the project. But as you all know, at the end of the day, it's going to take you guys moving that forward and making some decisions there. So infrastructure, transportation. I've formed a lot of relationships with the different levels of NDOT, which has been exciting. This past year, Exit 173, I think, was one of the biggest accomplishments in transportation that you never expected. How can we have a bridge that just sits there and they figure out what's wrong with it and you can't get it fixed? Well, because we have a contractor that specializes in that, that's out of Utah. There's nobody in the state of Nevada, and they have to work with the state of Nevada and the Nevada Contractors Board on being able to come in and do the work. And so the project sat, and it sat, and it sat. And then the lieutenant governor comes out, and I give him a tour, and I take him out to that bridge, and I show him what's going on, and I explain to him that the reason it's not getting done is because the contractor out of Utah can't get approved to work in the state of Nevada, and even though we've identified a solution, can't act on it. And so then we started shaking the trees, and after talking to probably 10 different people at the state, come to find out we could create this loophole where, you know, they hire the guys out of Utah, company in the state of Nevada that's subcontracting under the contractor on the project, hires these guys as his employees. Iron workers give a conditional membership, so they're allowed to actually work on the project, and it finally is taken care of. And so that's just one example of how we've identified inefficiency in state government, and in working with the contractors board and getting you know, these big projects taken care of. And so that will be addressed with a bill coming out of business and industry in this legislative session. Another big project was that bridge over in Pershing County that was going to be abandoned there. It's the ag bridge. I think it's G19, but they were just going to abandon it. And so there was a lot of advocacy done by the RDA in that space to get that project pushed through, and that was accumulation of years, but this year they actually completed the project. Energy, I work a lot in that space with the solar projects, with the geothermal projects. I mentioned the Pinion Pipeline, but how do we create a better energy infrastructure for our region? As you know, that's a difficult thing. You know, Nevada Energy is backed up. It's hard to get power to projects, and so we're also looking at alternative energy on the private side of things, not just energy, solar energy on the public lands. That's a whole nother that's a whole nother thing that we've been working on the past couple years, but working with private industry on how to become, get energy to projects faster. Water's a big thing. We work in the water space a lot. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Not only with business development, but obviously protecting our water resources. And then downtown revitalization, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about that. As you know, the city of Winnemucca is doing a streetscape project on Bridge Street. So I've been involved in that committee. There was surveying that went out to the community on that. They've chosen that historic and cultural theme. And so we're trying to tie things together. What I found is that even in our own community, people are working in silos to get projects done. And so one of my goals is to break down those silos and communicate what each of the other groups are doing to them and try to figure out ways we can partner. Historic preservation, Dana up at the museum's been working on that historic preservation district in downtown area. And so how does that play to these other projects and how can we work together on that? What makes sense? And then of course, Main Street. I think we've come really far with Main Street in the last couple years. I was involved in some strategic planning this last year, and we're putting that into motion. And now working on, like I said, how do we coordinate all these efforts together? How do we combine what we're doing at Main Street with the streetscape and historic preservation, and again, kind of breaking down those silos. So this is an important slide. So leveraging public and private funds for greater economic impact. So as you know, we have the Humboldt County City of Winnemucca cost share agreement. So that's something that's been in place for a few years now in advancing economic development, supporting economic development and community development through the cost share agreement. The EPA Brownsville Community Assessment Grant, that's a $500,000 grant. We will end that grant here in September with the option to reapply, and my intention is to reapply. And in addition to that, possibly apply for another stream of funding under Brownsville for cleanup, which may be a way that we can facilitate cleaning up the Sage Heights property, as well as some other projects in the community that are falling under that. Again, how it's directly benefited Humboldt County. I mentioned the parceling and surveying of the property. That effort was about $15,000. Also, with the phase 1 and phase 2 work, I believe under that grant, we're right around $50,000 expended working on that parcel up there under Brownsville. The Malarkey houses, that's another project that's directly benefited the county. We were able to do phase 1, phase 2. There was a heating oil tank there that needed to be removed. There's contamination in the soil under that tank. And so I'm working directly with NNAPA on trying to get that funded so that it doesn't come out of the Humboldt County taxpayers' pockets to take care of those two properties. Chimney Creek, the Martin Creek property, the Jungo parcel, we did phase 1s on all 3 of those. Phase 1 cost anywhere between $3,000 to $5,000 to complete. So those were taken care of under that Brownsville Community Assessment Grant. In addition to that, through the grant, we're working on some city properties, including our sewer treatment ponds, the Winnemucca sewer treatment ponds. We're also working over in Lovelock with Nevada Rural Housing on some property that they're looking at doing a Nevada Rural Housing project on. So that's just a few extra ones there. Grass Valley Wastewater Treatment Facility. So as you know, the $5 million state ARPA funds that we received for that project, I worked directly on getting that $5 million to begin with, and have been working on reporting and follow up with that as we now, with the de-obligation, have 3.5 to expend. And so been working with Dawn and Daniel on the meter projects out in McDermott and Gold Country, as well as those appraisals that we discussed in the last county commission meeting to get those funded out of that funding. I also work directly on the congressional appropriations, the $2.75 million that we got through AnnMarie's office. The money hasn't been released yet, surprisingly enough. We believe it's going to be funneled through the state, but we're following up on that now, which we weren't quite ready for, so it's okay. I've also worked directly with the U.S. Economic Development to secure some funding. I don't know if you remember, but a couple years ago, I came before you all and asked for a letter of support for a match for $6 million that I was in the process of applying for. Because the commission decided to fully flesh out other alternatives to that project, we put the application on hold. But I met with the regional EDA, I have the project all keyed up and plan on applying as soon as we're ready for that. I've also been working with NNAPA and the State Revolving Fund on the funding mechanisms that are available to us there. Unfortunately, it's not at an amount that is high enough to fund the whole project. So again, we have to look at braiding those funds together. SRF, State Revolving Fund, are clean water and drinking water monies come directly from the EPA, the water division. And so I've also developed relationships at that level with those folks in our region. That money gets funneled from the feds to them, to the state, to SRF. So kind of understanding how the money works there is super important when we're going after it, because even going after appropriations money, if it comes out of that water fund, that means that could be less of the water fund that the state receives as a whole. So we have to keep that in mind and be really careful to manage those relationships in a way that we're not hurting other people in that process. I also work directly with the USDA, Rural Development Funding. Part of that, when I say working together, is understanding interest rates. Like when we were getting positioned before to go after funding, like the EDA funding, State Revolving Fund, and USDA, we were having to keep an eye on what interest rates of all those potential loans would be if we were taking loans, and working out what the cost of the residence would be, because you have to show that you can service your loan. And so again, it's kind of a delicate balance, and when we get to that point, we want to move forward. We really have to understand how all of those things are going to work together in timeline. So another thing that I worked on this last year is Department of Energy, the energy efficiency funding. I've mentioned this to you before, but there's $75,600 I applied for the voucher program for, and working through buildings and grounds leadership, and now directly with Adrian on an energy efficiency project that we could expend those funds. So those funds could be spent on HVAC, the funds could be spent on LED lighting upgrades, windows, weatherization, just to give you some ideas. And so we're working on putting together a project. I submitted it, it was approved, but we have to work on the actual equipment that we want to purchase. The Humboldt County Juvenile Detention Transitional Living. Earlier this last year, I worked with Pauline on keying that up for the Nevada Gold Mine CDC committee ask. I chaired the committee for that, the Nevada Gold Mine CDC. And so Pauline presented her project to us. She was able to obtain funding through other means, but we did work on that. Great Basin College, their CTE program expansion. I mentioned that US EDA Tech Hub. Great Basin College was able to receive $1.8 million through the Tech Hub. So although that doesn't come directly into the county, it is helping facilitate that CTE program expansion up here at the Winnemucca campus. So again, $1.8 million of the $21 million has been set aside for Great Basin College. In addition to that, the state matched some of those funds. We had applied for $75 million, received 21. But in the application, the state had to commit to a match. And so the state set aside $7.5 million. That we will, as an RDA, be applying for a piece of that funding once the application comes out. But that was all part of that EDA Tech Hub. Nevada Works, the Good Jobs Challenge, Great Basin College received $900,000. And then through GoEd, that WIN program that I mentioned earlier, $511,000 for the instrumentation program. And the NORCAP Mind Skills, it's being housed over in Elko, but it will directly benefit Winnemucca, and the programming will stretch out here, and that was another $832,000. And so, again, efforts in those areas and pushing forward and supporting those projects through the RDA is really important. Another one we're working on right now is there's some MC3 funding that came out of state or ARPA, and it's anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000 that we're trying to get for the school district to start that MC3. It's a construction trades program. They're at the high school, and it will help buy equipment, potentially help pay a salary there in the CTE program, all around construction trade, which is really great considering all of the jobs in construction that are going to be coming into our community. I worked with the Winnemucca Police Department through the Nevada Energy Foundation to receive $25,000 for a replacement to a generator. I've got the EDA Tech Hub down here, about $21 million. And then GoEd Main Street, $50,000. So I applied for that funding for that Murals and Music Festival, and so was able to obtain that. Other efforts in the public and private fund space that are currently underway, UNR and USAID, the Recharge Nevada program, they've applied for a National Science Foundation award up to $160 million to help continue their NSF engines. That affects us because a lot of the work being done in that is around that lithium loop space. Again, City Aquatic Center we mentioned, and Chimney Recreation Area. Like I said, I did the pre-application on one of our grants for that, and continue to look for additional funding for that project. Okay, next slide. So, authority purpose, seek and solicit available grants and financial assistance. So this is another purpose, but it's obviously pretty much the same thing. And so the federal funding partners and state funding partners and private funding partners that I have listed here are those that I've worked directly with in the last year. These are people that I have connections now with, relationships with, that know about our projects and what we need funding for. So I just wanted to show you this list to understand the depth of those relationships and the importance of continuing to nurture that. Another purpose is to receive and disperse such federal tax revenues, grants, awards, or other funding. Right now directly through the RDA, the GoEd funding is managed through my office, and the EPA Bronzeville Community Assessment Grant. And then I'm helping with some of our water projects and some of the funding in that space as well, but that doesn't go directly through my department. And then the authority purpose, recommend appropriate federal and state legislation for the promotion of economic development, community services. Again, this kind of speaks to the RDA's ability to put forth and recommend legislation, and working with our partners at the state level, whether it's through the governor's office or the Department of Business and Industry and GoEd that we're working with now, but making sure that legislation that they're putting forward takes into consideration our needs as well as the state's needs. Okay, conduct local and regional economic development planning studies and projects. This list are specific planning studies and projects that I have been involved with this past year. So Humboldt County Public Lands Policy, Humboldt County Source Water Protection Plan, Humboldt County Nitrate Mitigation Project. I put those at the top of the list. Obviously, those are directly related to the county, but there's other projects through Western Nevada Development District, the Nevada Solar Policy Coordination, working with GoEd, the Governor's Office, in the BLM District here in Winnemucca, Nevada Governor's Office and GoEd, the State Economic Development Plan, the Governor's Office Lithium Summit, the WaterWise project. I presented that report to the HDA board for review. But that's GOED's effort to ensure that projects coming to the state of Nevada are water-wise in their development. So it's pretty interesting how that works. And then Nevada Silver State Grant Conference. I'm part of the program committee putting that together and emceeing the event in February. So that'll be an exciting thing, kind of advancing Nevada's ability to obtain grant funding. UNRU said, working on that Tech Hub application that I mentioned, the Recharge Nevada, the Northern Nevada Center of Excellence, that is being developed out of UNR, some partners there in Fernley with that Victory Logistics Development, centered around data centers and technology innovation, quite a few things going on with that. Working with Nevada Rural Housing on their market study, UNR extension on the housing studies that they just completed, as well as the updated community asset mapping, and then again, the Winnemucca Main Street strategic planning. So encourage citizen participation in the overall activities of the authority for the benefit of both the residents and businesses. And so community engagement meetings this past year, we did a Humboldt County Source Water Protection and Public Outreach meeting. We did a Brownfields Community Stakeholder meeting. I also had a follow-up to that because I was coordinating with the EPA region on a technical assistance grant on our Sage Heights project. So we did some additional stakeholder meetings there. And then facilitating that Main Street Murals and Music Festival, that planning committee, and getting those folks all together and moving forward. And then of course our Nevada 9580 Futures Economic Forum. That's always a great event, but it's also, you know, a lot of work pulling that together each year. And then local radio, newspapers, social media, and our website redesigns. So I helped with the Humboldt County. We just did a new, I don't know if you guys have taken a look, but there's a refresh on the Humboldt County website. I think it's a little bit more user-friendly. If you haven't gone to the Humboldt County website, please do. And check out where those links and those buttons, and trying just to make it more user-friendly for the public. And then we're doing a redesign on HDA Nevada 9580 and our Humboldt County Brownsfield. So that's the end of the show. And I would be remiss by saying, you know, I definitely don't work alone, although it feels like that most days. But my counterpart, Heidi, over in Lovelock, is working just as hard on the things that we're doing and these projects and trying to accomplish all these big things here for the 9580 region. And we both have boards that are very supportive, which we're very appreciative of. The Pershing County Economic Development Authority and Humboldt Development Authority. It makes you feel like you have some cheerleaders as you try to move things forward. So I know that was a lot of information, and we started at 8 o'clock, and I didn't finish my coffee, but I think I got it all out. Do you guys have any questions, or can we just have open discussion? I'm not sure.
I just want to say I thought the slides were great, and I appreciate you putting the values to some of those projects, so I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
You know, it looks like you have your work cut out for you. You have a lot going on, talking to all the various departments and agencies and all that. It seems like that it's centered around, you know, it's mainly the biggest counties, Lovelock and whatever. If you reach out to the outlying communities, for instance, this lithium project, this is a big project going on probably in northern Nevada right now. It's going to have some impacts on Nevada McDermott. Do you talk to the people there to know what impacts their concerns about, what burdens it's going to put on those communities, and where you can possibly find some relief, financial relief probably. The other thing is schools. You know, not a lot here about schools, but all these, whether it's the lithium mine or some of the other proposed businesses coming in here, they're all going to impact the schools. They're going to have an impact on these schools. It's going to increase student this is driven by the state agencies. Are they aware of that, and are they ready to step up and help?
Well, I think you make a really good point, and that's part of the reason being able to go and advocate when these funding streams are coming out and making sure the money comes out to the rural areas. That was part of, like with that tech hub effort, getting that money pushed into Great Basin College, into the community colleges. But when you're talking about the local school districts, that's part of the reason that I'm pushing so hard for that MC3 funding. That MC3 funding, the state had given it to Washoe and to Clark County. And then kind of in the mix of it, Lain County found out about it. Clark County didn't want it. Lain County got some of it, and here we are. And so we're pushing really hard to get some of that funding out here. Rural STEM Advisory, same thing. Is I'm hoping to find funding streams to push that into the school district and push that into the schools. Speaking as far as like rural concerns, Ron, it's something that we talk about all the time. When they talk about the lithium loop and the project out at Thacker Pass, I'm able to sit there and say, hey, that project's happening to us, that's happening in our community, and there are these small rural communities. I talk to them about the school and the road and, you know, trying to get a new school constructed so it's, you know, not in the path of, you know, all of this new transportation. And so I think they're starting to understand that there's a direct effect on these small communities. A couple years ago, year before last, I know the GID in Urbana was working on upgrades, and I offered help there as far as helping figure out moving things through appropriations. We can be a resource for that if I know that it's going on and they're trying to apply for funding and money to upgrade like infrastructure stuff for sure. I've been pushing really hard for the I-11 designation. With the whole intent of being funding related. If we can get the designation of I-11, I believe that we can get that federal funding coming in to help do road improvements. As you know, I went out to a public meeting that we had for the other lithium mining project, the Jindali project, to listen, mostly just to listen to what the concerns were of the community. They're much the same as they are, you know, to the Urbana community. And so making sure that when we have the ear of those people at the state level, that we're talking about the people and where the projects actually exist, and that we need to have a voice at the table.
Yeah, they need to understand, you know, we can talk about diversification and the tax base, but, I've watched our revenues in the last 5 years, project out here, I haven't seen a
Microphone.
big increase in our income, Humboldt County income, but yet we've got concerns about public, you know, health and safety, all these people coming in, what are we gonna do? We gotta increase the police department, we gotta do something for the hospital, we gotta increase our schools, but the taxes aren't there yet.
They're not there yet.
And who's gonna do that until they do start coming? I mean, maybe 10 years, 15 years down the road. So, you can't expect, the state is promoting this, but they can't expect the locals to pick up the bill until the revenues.
Right, and I think it's really important that we continue to hold private industry, you know, accountable for some of those things. And I know the Urbana Community Group has been really beneficial in that. I think it's important that they keep doing what they're doing, they keep saying what they're saying, and it is being heard. I mean, we even see now at the federal level with the Department of Energy funding, that now those applications are requiring very extensive community planning, community partnering as part of their application process. And I can speak to that because with the Jindali project and their application to DOE, they applied for federal funding. They had to go through a different, more rigorous community involvement piece where they had to really speak to those things. And so up in that area, you know, it's like, hey, roads, sewer, water, those were the things that we talked about. And when we, you know, responded to their EIS from the county side of things, we made sure we talked about those infrastructure needs as well. So I think the conversation is different. I can tell you when I started in my position over 2 years ago now, I had to constantly in every meeting that I was in, remind them of the project that was being planned out here and what was happening in Humboldt County, because it was so centered around, what was happening in Trick and the development there in Reno and Fernley and that. And so I think it's just advocating, being at the table and continuing to say the things.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Commissioner Tipton had one question. You talked about the DOE energy efficient funding. Would that money qualify for fixing the heating and AC in this room?
Yes, that's actually one of the projects we considered, and they're going a different direction with this funding. So it is one of the projects we looked at. We just have to provide like what the energy efficiency is and the changeover of the equipment, basically. So it was one of the first ones that we looked at doing. So, but we're focusing now on potentially window replacement. So single pane windows,
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Yes, Commissioner Hill, thanks, Michelle. I appreciate the update on this. As you know, I'm part of that group, so I hear it pretty often, and I'm pretty in tune with what we do. As part of your job, when you're talking to businesses and bringing them in, are you stressing the importance of as you heard Chairman Evatz say, FOB, receiving our materials locally? So
Yes.
We're receiving the best tax benefits. Along with that, just their day-to-day operations. And I'll use an example. I won't throw any company under the bus, but I recently noticed one of our projects that's going on here locally received a rental fleet of new vehicles, but they're all from California and Utah, registered California, Utah. So that makes me wonder if they're going out of state to buying these contracts versus, I would really like to see them in that place, because that tells me that they're paying taxes locally versus contracting out of state. But I guess I would just like to make sure that we're staying on top of that and trying to get the most benefit.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's something that we have to continue to have the conversations with our existing companies as well. As you guys know, like most of the mines and Nevada Gold Mines was a case in point there for a while. They were receiving a lot in Elko County and not as much in Humboldt County. And so making sure that we're reiterating those, and yes, it gets reiterated often. And if you have a specific concern like that you want me to follow up on, please do, because I wouldn't mind finding out that information.
And I think most of the time it's not by bad intention, it's just by what's available, what they can make happen, and probably just takes that person that's stressing that, hey, every little bit that you can do to stimulate the data versus going outside, and whatever help we can offer them to make that stuff happen, it's better for us.
Well, and a lot of times I think where that gets lost is the person actually, securing, the procurement part. I think that the person that's actually placing the order and tasked with finding doesn't get communicated, that want. And so they're just trying to get their job done. And so I don't think that it's anything intentional. I think just the people that we stress that with sometimes are not the people that are actually doing it. And so I think we just need to make sure that that's happening.
No, I just wanted to bring that to light so everybody's got that on their forefront for all these projects. Thanks, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for the time and presentation. Also, just one note, when you're talking about some engineering efforts around ensuring that we have registered engineering capabilities to support projects in the county, even if they come from out of state. There is a very well organized piece of that puzzle, the Nevada Registered Engineers and Land Surveying Organization based out of Reno. And they're a great contact to facilitate, because there is in fact bridge engineers in Nevada, multiple bridge engineers, structural engineers. So you might want to have that on your speed dial for companies that are looking for engineering talent. Go to that board and find out who can help them out.
Well, and I believe NDOT did in that case really reach out to Nevada engineers, that was my understanding, is that they did a big search, but this was some kind of specialty iron work on the underside of that bridge that was required.
We have that
and-
in the state, just, anyway.
Yeah,
make
a
sure
contract
that
would be
they-
great, yeah.
They have a website, it's very professionally organized, and, there's a bunch of folks on there that are smart leads that can help us. We'd hate to see a project stumble because they didn't have the 775 phone number for that kind of contact.
No, thank you for that, Mark.
Thank you for your time and attention and for the preparation for today's presentation. Thank you. Okay. Let's see, with that, we're going to move on to item number 6. This is, any commissioners need a break or anything? Good. And please note that Commissioner Tipton obviously has joined us. Thank you, Commissioner Tipton. Item number 6, Planning Department presentation regarding how the master plan document and map and zoning designations work. This is for information only. Northern Nevada American Planning Association Vice President AnnMarie Lain will present information regarding how the master plan document and map and zoning designations work. This is for information only. With that, good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, County Board of Commissioners. Are we all commissioners? Everybody has the county manager, county clerk. So no planning commissioners. Okay. First and foremost, I want to preface this presentation with, one, I'm not a land use planner. I mean, not a land use attorney, I'm a land use planner. 2, I'm not going to give you a blueprint that says here are all the answers. That's unrealistic, but I can give you some insights into what I've seen work, and so we'll go from there. The purpose of my presentation today is to give an overview of master plans. The title is Planning for Tomorrow and what a master plan means for us. I don't know how to work this.
I think you'll have to just prompt to go to the next slide type of thing, or
Okay.
backwards, forwards, whatever you
Great.
need to deal with.
This is the right one.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, sir. So my name is AnnMarie Lain, and I have the privilege of serving as the Vice President of the Nevada chapter of the American Planning Association. I am here today at the request of staff to provide technical assistance on behalf of the APA Nevada Executive Board. This presentation is part of our commitment to supporting planners and communities across the state, and we are pleased to offer this assistance at no cost. Our goal is to provide valuable insights, help answer questions as you navigate planning challenges, and ultimately to support effective decision-making. In addition to my role with APA Nevada, I'm also the owner of Juniper and Sage Consulting, a land use planning firm specializing in local, state, and federal planning processes. I have over 15 years of experience working with and for all 3 local, state, and federal government. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to sharing this presentation. So before we, slide please. Before we dive in, I want to give you an overview and a roadmap of the key topics that we'll be discussing. First, I'll define what a master plan is, its legal foundation, and how it serves as a blueprint for long-term growth and development. Next, we'll go over the major elements that make up a master plan and how they impact you specifically. We'll then walk through how a master plan is developed. And lastly, we'll also explore some of the common challenges that commissions face when administering a master plan, and I'll share some helpful tools to avoid common pitfalls. Next slide, please. So what is a master plan? Essentially, a master plan is an official public document adopted by a governing body as a guide to decisions about the physical development of the governed area. The area included in the master plan can be a city, a county, or a region. The master plan identifies current issues and needs in the community based on research, analysis, and extensive public input, and sets forth goals, policies, and actions to address issues. It ensures that growth happens in a way that meets communities' needs while maintaining sustainability and efficiency. Unlike zoning regulations, which dictate what can be built today, the master plan is more of a strategic framework for the future. Next slide, please. So the legal basis of statutory requirements. Master plans are required by state laws and local government regulations. In Nevada, NRS 278 outlines master plan requirements for local jurisdictions. NRS requires communities to adopt a master plan when a planning commission has been established. It is typically adopted by the planning commission and approved by the city council or county commission. And again, it serves as the foundation for zoning codes, land regulations, and development approvals. So master plans are not just advisory documents. They do have a legal foundation. Now, while they're not legally binding about what can be built today, like zoning regulations, master plans provide the policy foundation that zoning and land use decisions are based on. So local governments use them to guide everything from infrastructure investments to development approvals. The key components of a master plan starts with a community-wide vision. So master plans can be anywhere from 10 to 20 years out projecting. But the vision and goals, a master plan is based on that vision, that community-wide vision. This section sets the foundation for the entire plan by outlining the community's long-term vision and objectives, reflects the aspirations of residents, businesses, and local leaders for how they want the community to grow and evolve. The master plan elements. When a city county adopts a master plan, state law requires the adoption of specific master elements based on the size of the jurisdiction. NRS Chapter 278 was amended by the Nevada Legislature in 2013 to include an amended section on master elements, as well as a new section requiring utility plans. Senate Bill 55 amended NRS Section 278.160 to reduce the number of master plan elements from 18 to 8. In addition, the Nevada Legislature approved a new section in state planning law, which requires all communities to adopt an above-ground utility plan. So this slide shows what those 8 master plan elements are. And then I have in columns counties with less than 100,000 people in population, and that's kind of outlined in red there. They are required to have the above-ground utility plan of a public service and facilities element. For jurisdictions within county with a population of over 100,000 to under 700,000 people, master plans are required to have a public facilities and services element, a conservation element, and a housing element. And then for jurisdictions within counties with a population over 700,000, all elements are required. A lot of times people say, well, why is there a differentiation? And a lot of it has to do with cost associated with implementing and developing these plans. And so if the state required counties with less than 100,000 people to adopt all of these elements, it would be a big financial burden on the county because they don't have the same income base as the larger jurisdictions. It's not saying that the counties can't decide to have some of these other elements. The state's just not going to require it. So master plans are implemented via ordinance. A master plan is not, again, a legally binding law for what can be built today, but it carries significant policy weight and statutory authority. Courts in Nevada have upheld master plans as valid planning tools when local governments use them to justify zoning changes or development approvals. Master plans in Nevada, including in Humboldt County, are administered through a combination of state laws, local ordinances, planning commissions, and governing bodies such as county commissioners or city councils. This process ensures that land use and development align with the community's long-term vision. Yep, I'm on the right slide. Okay. So, planning commissions play a key role in administering the master plan through three main functions. In reviewing development proposals, the planning commission, we are not on the right. I'm sorry, can you go back one? There we go. Bear with me. No, it's okay. So the three ways that the planning commission administers the master plan. It's in reviewing development proposals. The planning commission ensures that proposed developments conform to master plans. In zoning and land use decisions, the master plan guides zoning changes, subdivision approvals, and conditional use permits or special use permits. And lastly, the planning commission may periodically update the plan to reflect new growth patterns, infrastructure changes, or evolving community needs. Next slide, please. The Humboldt County Board of County Commissioners constitutes the most influential administrative body in county government. You all make laws, the adoption of ordinances, carry out those laws by directing staff and other elected officials, and evaluate laws by making quasi-judicial decisions during planning appeals and show cause hearings. The Humboldt County Board of County Commissioners mission statement, established in 2004, reflects their commitment to maintaining an effective and efficient organization that is open and responsive to the needs of the community and works together for the benefit of all. To provide a safe, healthy environment and quality service that is accessible and sustainable with sound fiscal management. And they're committed to plan for the future, ensuring that Humboldt County remains a great place to live, work, and visit. So what is the role of local government bodies in administering master plans? Simply put, county commissioners and city councils are responsible for final approval of master plan amendments and major planning decisions. It is their job to ensure that land use policies align with economic development, public services, and community goals. A little bit about this process overview. I'm going to talk a little bit about master plan amendments versus zone change requests. So master plan amendments and zone change requests address broad planning and zoning changes rather than specific development projects. I'm going to pause here and talk a little bit about this more. So a lot of times you'll have a developer or a property owner who wants to, they have a site-specific plan in mind, right? They own the property and they want to build X, Y, and Z. So they come forward with a master plan amendment request and a zone change request. It is site-specific to them. What I'm talking about addressing broad planning and zoning changes rather than the specific development project is that as you're making the decision, yes, you know that this proposal is before you for the site-specific development, but that doesn't mean once they have the master plan amendment and the zone change amendment that they're held to that site-specific requirement. And so it's important that when making these amendments, you look at all of the possibilities of, okay, if we're changing it to this master plan designation, what does this allow this parcel to do in the future? If we're changing it to this zone change, or if we're changing the zoning on this parcel, although the developers say they're gonna do X, Y, and Z, it's important to evaluate it and know that you're changing that zoning for the future of that parcel. So here's an example of a project when I was working at the city of Reno that we had to evaluate. A developer came in, they met with the surrounding neighbors, they made a presentation at planning commission and at zone and at city council They said, here's our plan, here's what we're going to do. And people were excited about it. We kept reminding our planning commission and the city council that yes, this is what they want to do, but don't just focus on that. You have to think broad, long term. And sure enough, the developer, whether it was ill intent or not, plans change, financial circumstances change, things happen. And so then the developer came in with a different proposal, and it really upset the community, it really upset the planning commissions. And so I wanna preface this and bring it to your attention so that you're aware of the implications of that changing, making that change for the future.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Before I forget, can you put those requests in writing prior to making any zone? I mean, how do you protect yourself from that? And that's probably weighed on the mind of all commissioners when you're making
Sure.
changes. Just any suggestion from you of how to protect yourself?
The way that I would say to protect yourself is to make sure that you're 100% comfortable if you're changing the zone, that you're comfortable and it fits for any of those uses. And the reason why is that when you're looking at a zone change, you're not approving a project. You're approving the zone change. And so the developer could promise up, down, and center and could put it in writing that that's not your authority. Your authority is to approve the zone change or not. So it wouldn't be something that you could hold them to.
Thank you.
And even if you had, let's say, the most trusted developer saying this is what I'm going to do, who's to say that they're not, suddenly changes and they have to sell it? So really look at the long-term implications of those changes.
What if somebody comes in and applies, goes through the zone change process,
Mhm.
and due to whatever issues they're faced with, they end up not proceeding with whatever they had in mind for that was behind their request, and another organization picks it up, and they want to change it, the zone change back to what it was before, whatever. There's no reason they can't go through that
There's
process.
no reason they can do, they can do that. The only prohibiting factor with a parcel is that, let's say somebody comes in for a zone change or a master plan amendment and it's denied. Even if it's a different applicant, if it's the same parcel, if that has been denied, they can't make that same application for a year. They can't just turn around and ask for it again if it's denied. Did I answer your question? Mhm. What was I? Clarifying the master plan and zone change, they are not site specific, you're not approving or denying a project per se. It's a really hard concept because of course there's this project in mind, but you have to be able to separate those when you're making those decisions. A master plan amendment or master plan amendments are assessed based on their alignment with long-term policies and goals, while zone change requests involve modifying zoning designations for a specific area or property to allow different land uses or development, as in what could be built today. And those are focused on how these changes integrate with existing land use patterns, infrastructure, and community plans. Next up, please. Briefly on the master planning process. The master planning process is a structured approach to shaping the future growth and development of a community. It does involve 4 key steps. 1, community engagement and stakeholder involvement. This is gathering input from residents, businesses, and key stakeholders to ensure the plan reflects community needs and priorities. A hard thing about master plans that I found challenging is that when a master plan was developed, most likely you weren't here sitting and making the decision. So you've inherited a community plan that maybe some parts of it align with what the current vision is, maybe some of it doesn't necessarily align. There's always the ability to amend the master plan to make it more relevant if you find it outdated. But regardless, this master planning document exists, and that's what you're gonna use to justify approvals or denials. And I'll go into that a little bit more.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Commissioner Cerri here. So, to create the master plan takes, should have community involvement.
It absolutely has to.
To change that master plan does not require community involvement.
It requires a public hearing and public noticing. So a different level of community involvement. So then data collection analysis, assessing demographics, land use infrastructure, environmental factors to inform planning decisions. Then there's the drafting and reviewing of the plan. This develops a comprehensive strategy based on the collected data and feedback, followed by revisions and public review. And then finally, there's the adoption process, where the Planning Commission reviews and recommends the plan, which then goes to the governing body for final approval. Each of these steps ensures that the master plan is well-informed, community-driven, blueprint for future development.
Can I ask for clarification on that?
Yes.
So there's a difference between the master plan document, which you're referring to here, the actual document that, say, for instance, with us was adopted in 2002. This isn't for individual master plan
No.
amendments, which is where you do the public notification.
This would be if you were, two ways this master planning process that I've outlined here with these steps come into play. If you are amending the entire document and decided that, okay, our community vision has changed, there's been too much shifts since we've put this plan together, we need to reevaluate and come together as a community and re-envision our master plan, that would be starting this process all over again, the master planning process. Or when a community first adopts the master plan, which was in 2002, and then I believe it was amended in 2012, going through this process. This is not the process for an amendment, a simple one amendment, if that makes sense. Did I answer your question? Great. Now to kind of shake off our brains, because you've heard me talk a lot, I'm going to introduce you to a quick true or false brain teaser, master plan edition, which I like to call Plan It or Ban It. So, true or false? City planning dates back centuries, but modern master planning began in the early 20th century. Think in your head whether you think it's true or false, and the answer is true. In the early 20th century, some cities experimented with airplane cities, urban plans designed around aviation, imagining a future where people would commute by personal aircraft. Well, this never took off, pun intended. It influenced modern airport-centric city planning. Number two, true or false, Nevada planning law does not mandate how often master plans should be prepared or updated. Have an idea in your head? And it is false. The timeline varies, but regular updates are recommended to stay relevant. Depending on your community, some communities change rather quickly, or there are boom and bust cycles with different businesses coming in. So really it's up to the community to decide when they need to update the whole plan. True or false, if we don't update the master plan, our community will stay exactly the same. Not true at all. Growth and change happens regardless. And without planning, it may not happen in the way way that you want it to. So really think about I like to think of master plans as if there's something in the direction of how things are happening in your city, how growth is happening, and the community is not supportive of that anymore, or there's big population changes or financial changes, use your master plan to get what you want out of future development. Let me give an example of that. I'm originally from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I grew up in a really rural, small town. And when I was 10, I was trespassing, but I found this amazing lake on a rancher's abandoned 20-acre parcel. My girlfriend and I started catching fish there, and all the time. It was our secret little spot, and we loved it. 3 years later, this parcel was sold, and they were filling in that whole area, and it became a Walmart parking lot. Everybody has these stories. Change happens. I was outraged. I went to my parents. We have to stop this. Well, there's nothing we can do. They own that property, and it's allowed to do that. That's their right. Now, on the flip side, in 1970, my father was an environmental planner, and he was working in Park City, Utah. Park City, Utah was considered somewhat rural, although they had these resorts. What they realized is that they were sitting on a big potential for outdoor recreation and high-end development. But they wanted to direct how that development was going to happen. So they got a master plan together that indicated their priorities. Things like, we don't want our community to look like suburban sprawl out of Salt Lake City. We don't want big box stores. We can't prevent box stores, but we can require them to have an aesthetic that will be designed, because in our master plan we put it's our priority to preserve the character by X, Y, and Z. And so in Park City, it's one of the few places where Walmart is not blue and Target is not red. So that's an example of how you can use the master plan to guide policy and decision to shape growth, future growth in your community. Last one, true or false, only government officials have a say in the master plan. Again, false. Community input is essential, and public feedback shapes the plan. All right, on to our tools. How do we avoid common pitfalls when making these decisions? Next slide, please. So county commissioners can use several tools to avoid common pitfalls when making decisions on master plan amendments. These tools help ensure decisions are legally sound, transparent, and aligned with the community's long-term vision. Here are my key tools. There are others, but these are the ones that I found to be most important to look at. One, maintain thorough documentation of findings and decisions to justify actions in case of legal disputes. I'm going to give you a little background about what findings are, and then on another slide, we'll look specifically at what our findings say are required in Humboldt County. So findings are the official conclusion or determinations made by the governing body, such as a county commissioner or planning commission. When deciding on a master plan amendment, zone change, or land use decision, these findings are based on evidence, facts, and applicable laws, and they serve as the legal and rational basis for approving or denying a proposal. Findings are established written criteria for approving or denying amendments to maintain consistency. Findings do three things for you, and really they are your tool. They ensure legal compliance. Findings demonstrate that decisions align with the local ordinances, state laws, and comprehensive planning policies. They provide transparency. They clearly explain the reasoning behind the decisions that your governing body makes, and it reduces the risk of legal challenges based on that. And then also, findings support consistency. By following the established criteria to make those decisions, findings help maintain fair and predictable decision-making. The second key tool that I have for you is to use data-driven decision-making. Rely on traffic studies, environmental assessments and economic impact reports to make informed decisions. And then lastly, consult planning staff, legal counsel, and subject matter experts to assess the feasibility and implication of proposed amendments. So next slide, please. Going into the required findings for Humboldt County. In your county, the approval of the master plan amendment requires specific findings to ensure that the amendment aligns with the county's development goals and serves the public interest. These findings are outlined in Chapter 17.2 of the Humboldt County Code, which governs the master plan. So 1, consistency with the general plan or the master plan. The proposed amendment must align with the overall goals and policies and objectives of the county's general plan. Key point, when you're looking at a zone change or a master plan amendment, look at your master plan, whether you agree with all of it or not. If it's completely relevant or partly outdated, find the goals and policies that it either supports or you think it doesn't support. And when you go to vote, you can say, I'm denying this based on it doesn't support this goal or policy outlined in the master plan. That's how you articulate how you're making the decision. Or approval, the same thing. This supports this goal and this policy. Compatibility with surrounding land uses. The amendment should be compatible with existing and planned land uses in the surrounding area. This consideration helps maintain the character of neighborhoods and prevents conflicts between different land uses. 3, adequate infrastructure and services. The amendment must not overburden existing public services and infrastructure, such as roads, water, sewer, and emergency services. The commission must determine that there is sufficient capacity to support the proposed land use without negatively impacting the public. Number 4, impact on traffic and transportation. This is looking at whether the amendment will generate traffic or require transportation improvements that are not already accounted for in the current master plan. Number 5, environmental and natural resource considerations. And number 6, public input and feedback. The commission must consider public comments or input, especially from affected property owners and local stakeholders. A public hearing typically occurs before a decision is made. Now with that, there's one more. Justification of the amendment. The commission must find a valid reason for the proposed amendment, such as changing circumstances in the area, shifts in community needs, or new development trends that justify the amendment to the existing master plan. So with that, we're gonna go into a little mock scenario. So I'm taking off my Nevada AP planner hat, and imagine that I am an applicant's representative and I'm coming to your board, and because I have a client who's interested in developing a private school adjacent to a neighborhood, and they need to change the master plan to commercial because it's a private school and that's where it fits in. Vermont. I'm not saying it fits in currently in your plan that way, I'm pretending. Follow? Okay, so here I am giving my presentation. Since March of 2020, public and private education has been in this space never experienced before in educational history. This devastating pandemic, however, generated increased interest in innovation, both as a concept and a strategy to rethink what a school is, what it looks like, and how it operates. Taking a look at state of Nevada 10-year comparisons for private school enrollment, you can see that prior to 2021 and 2022, school year private school enrollment across the state averaged between 19,000 and 20,000 students. Can you hit the next thing? Thank you. And then one more time. Okay. Yep, there we go. Then in 2021-2022 school year, we began to see a drastic increase in private school enrollment, which to date represents a 17.4% increase in private school enrollment since the pandemic. As such, the applicant's master plan proposal is consistent with private school enrollment trends across the state of Nevada. The changing circumstances in the area the shifts in the community needs justify the amendment to to the existing master plan. So what I just delivered to you was an example of a justification for the amendment. Now, let's say we're at the public hearing and we have a lot of public input and you're hearing a bunch of community members voicing concerns about potential noise impacts to their neighborhood. So you decide to deny the master plan amendment, and you state on record that you are denying the master plan amendment because you wouldn't want the sound of kids playing in your backyard either. The issue with that decision is that it's not based on data. It's merely an assumption that the school would generate excessive noise without any supporting evidence. So let's go back to our key tools moving forward. Here are some hypothetical data-driven findings that you could use to base your denial on. 1, a noise and environmental impact assessment. Evidence that the school development would cause excessive noise like pollution or environmental damage. 2, traffic impact studies. Reports demonstrating that the school would negatively affect residential areas through increased traffic and parking issues. 3, zoning and land use studies. Data showing that the amendment is inconsistent with surrounding zoning and land uses. Or 4, public safety reports. Sorry, you can hit the next. That's okay. Public safety reports. Data from police and fire departments indicating that emergency response times would be negatively affected. So those are just some examples on data-driven decisions. Lastly, here's just one little bit of case law about master plans. So Travelers, we went from pretend, this is now real, this actually happened. Travelers Hotel sought out a zoning change from the City Council of Reno to redevelop its property. The City Council denied the request, and Travelers Hotel challenged the decision in court, arguing that the denial was arbitrary and capricious. Was the City Council's denial of the zoning change justified, or was it arbitrary and capricious decision which lacked rational basis? Well, the Nevada Supreme Court ruled in favor of Travelers Hotel, finding that the City Council decision was in fact arbitrary and capricious because it lacked substantial evidence to justify the denial. The key takeaways here: decisions on zone change and master plan amendments must be supported by substantial evidence and not based on speculation or bias. 2, arbitrary denials of land use applications can be overturned in court and can be very costly for communities. 3, this case reinforced the principle that local governments must provide clear and data-driven justifications when denying zoning or master plan amendments. So, in summary, a master plan is an important component of land use planning. It's governed by NRS 270.1503246, and these master plans must contain certain elements. Once enacted, these master plans provide critical context for all future land use decisions and have been used by courts to resolve disputes over actions involving land use. Think of your master plan amendment as your tool to base denial or approval on. Again, look for those goals and policies that you think it supports, it doesn't support, and then point to the data of why. As stated in the mission statement, it is the responsibility of the Humboldt County Board of County Commissioners to plan for the future, ensuring Humboldt County remains a great place to live, work, and visit. And the county commissioners can use several tools to avoid the common pitfalls when making decisions on master plans. And remember, luckily, you are not alone. Remember that one of your tools is to work with the planning department, legal counsel, and subject matter experts to assess the feasibility and implication of proposed amendments. Something that I often repeat or quote is, when in doubt, legal's there to help you out. So if you're not sure about your denial and you're making the appropriate findings, turn to your counsel and they'll guide you to your legal counsel. With that, I would like to thank planning staff for inviting me to present today. And I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the Commission for your time and your dedicated service to your community. my sincere hope that you found some value in the information shared during today's presentation. I don't know how we're on time.
We're good.
Good. But I'm happy to dive into any of these topics if you have any questions.
Thank you, we'll throw it up for any questions. That's a very good presentation, a lot to take in there. Mr. Brooks, do you have any?
I don't think so.
Microphone.
Please use the mic, please, thank you.
I don't think so, because we don't wanna dive into a specific thing, right? So I would have questions, but it would be specific, so.
And I do have this,
I can, please, Betty, identify yourself, I don't think you must.
Betty Lawrence with the planning department. I do have AnnMarie's presentation that I can forward to you guys to review.
Also the Nevada Planning Guide,
Yes.
if you forward that to them, that goes into a lot more detail of some of these specifics.
That's what I said.
And I'll feel free to ask questions about APA Executive Board. That's one of the things we're here for.
Mr. Tipton?
Mr. Tipton, I don't have any questions right now, especially with the information from that planning guide. Sure they have somebody.
Commissioner Hill, please.
Yes, Commissioner Hill, thank you, AnnMarie. That was very enlightening, actually, hearing it from another source. Did I hear that correctly? So, are most of the changes or updates driven to the master plan should come out of the planning commission? Should those be driven out of the county commission or from the planning commission? I guess it's in their court to keep up on the changes and to stay within.
Jurisdictions are different. So depending on, and I'm not familiar, a lot of times it will outline in your code whether or not the planning commission needs to make a recommendation for approval or denial. I know for adopting the entire master plan or amending the entire master plan, that would be the case. But it could very likely be that a master plan amendment, like a one-time small amendment for a specific area or parcel, it could be that it goes just to
Excuse me, this is Betty Lawrence again. Our county code indicates that it goes to the planning commission as a recommending body.
That's typically how it's done.
And I guess maybe we missed the question, but I guess as far as just the broad master plan and keeping it up to date and making sure we're within our legal bounds of updating it, and if there is a full revision, that would come from the
Yes, but they may need direction from your commission, that that's what you would like them to do.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mr. Cerri, any questions or comments?
No, thank you, AnnMarie, that was very helpful to me, appreciate it, I might have some questions.
All right.
Well, I'll do the thank you. Based on your experience and what is the typical amount of time between updates to master? So we have the organization gets together and develops a master plan in year one, I should say. And then at what time in the future is, based on your experience, I know there's a lot of dynamics at play and growth, et cetera, all the variables, but what do you typically see as a time frame when they go, you know what, let's revisit the master plan?
Between the 10 and 20 year mark, but here's the thing, is that it is time consuming and it is costly. And so by default, and I lived and worked in rural Alaska for 12 years, and I'm passionate about rural planning because this is where you see an impact. This is where I just love it. When you're working for rural jurisdictions, you get to make decisions and see the impact, and you know the community, and it's really rewarding work. It's frustrating. I know that you guys get yelled at, and I know that staff gets yelled at. It can be hard, but you can see a lot of growth. But because of the nature of the time, the cost, it's fairly typical for more rural jurisdictions to not amend them as much or as quickly as cities do.
I've got a quick question.
Yeah,
This is project development. You gave an example of a decision made, that on that hotel where they took it to the courts and then was overturned at city council's, or the city council's decision. So I guess the project developer can take it, the city council decision to court. What about those that are affected, that are protesting the decision? Can they also?
They can also take it to court. And so when I talk about your tools, when making those findings, you want to make sure that you have a solid and specific finding. And that example that I shared about, well, I've denied this, I don't want noise in my backyard either. That is something I experienced representing a client, and regardless of whether you want the project or not, that's a liability and costly for jurisdictions, and so you want to avoid that.
which I liked your little quote, when in doubt, legal is there to help you out, so, there you go, Tony. Mr. Board's, on the board. One more question, and I'll let you have it. Those around 10 to 20 years for, typically on average, for, a review or an update. Do you see that, who conducts that? Is that typically championed or led by the commission, or do they engage typically with a consulting company to have that happen, or?
I've seen
what's
it
the process?
multiple ways, so sometimes, because it'll trickle down to the commission directs the planning commission, Board of County Commissioners will direct the planning commission, or regional planning commission in this case, that, this is in our work plan, we want this to go forward. I've seen it taken on, by planning staff with help from a consultant, based on their financials and what they can afford to get help. It's really difficult because I have been a staff, for different jurisdictions. When you have a counter front-facing job to work on a long-range planning document, that requires a ton of public input. The other thing that creates, that you should be aware of, that creates a challenge for your staff members, if they've lived in that community their entire life, and they enjoy where they live, if you're tied to and associated with a planning document, that inevitably these will divide communities, they'll unite them in some areas, but divide them, that can be a hard position to put your staff in.
Bias, that type of thing.
Yes, and whether, certain things get approved or not, that can be hard for somebody living in a community. So the benefit of one of the benefits of having a consultant is that all the anger and hate goes to somebody else.
We have done that.
And you don't have to sit at the diner for the next 10 years and listen to Joe Schmo complain about what went wrong in the master plan. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
The question was obviously for education, but also the cost you talked about typically comes to time is money, but if you're using internal resources versus external resources, the cost associated with doing that, I would think, would come from engaging in outside resources and the affiliations and cost with that.
Yes, but I mean, you can tag team it.
Sure.
If you hire a consultant to take it on completely by themselves, it's gonna be a lot more expensive than
Sure.
if you say, oh, no, we've got planning staff who are to do X, Y, and Z.
Thank you. Later on.
So, Don Kalkowski. So, I got a couple of questions, a couple of different scenarios that kind of tie in. So you talked about data-driven decisions for this. So,
just theoretically, somebody comes in, they wanna do a master plan amendment, and do they have to provide that data even though they don't know where they're specifically going? It may fit in with the surroundings, but, you know, like traffic, other infrastructure, you know, analysis for that. How do these guys deal with that?
And I apologize for not being as familiar with your code, but for example, Washoe County Code and Douglas County Code, they have a threshold that requires either traffic report or traffic impact analysis. I do believe that, when reviewing a case, if, staff is not able to make the findings or needs additional data, they can ask, the applicant to provide that. Now, I would be cautious to say, oh, we're going to need a $700,000 study, like, to be reasonable within it and not to request things that, I wanna see what the fish impacts are on this desert parcel, you know, or something erroneous.
Take your time.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, well, again, thank you for taking the time, obviously, to be well prepared for the presentation. And then I think as Commissioner Cerri and others suggested, we reserve the right to reach out to you for some additional
Absolutely.
information, so a
I'm
lot to
passionate
take.
about this stuff, so
Yeah,
please
thank
do.
you, thank you for that, and obviously we can see the passion you have for it. Thank you, Lain, for coordinating some of that. Do you have anything to add to that presentation as part of this agenda item?
I just will add that, we are going to be updating our master plan document. I am going to reach out to a company who I have heard great things about. They've done Lander County, Carlson, and I believe Douglas. There's a lot we can do. Andy's already gathered information for me that we can use towards
Nice.
this, so that consultant doesn't have to go in and count numbers. Staff, we did it in 2012. It's just getting it to look in the 21st century more than anything. And then going out and what are our values? We do need to add that element of renewable energy,
Sure.
of ground utilities. We're looking at possibly data centers. You know, we've had inquiries into that. So how does the county feel about that? Or how do the people in the county feel about that? So, but it's a process. It took 2-3 years for that 2002 document to come into fruition, so.
And I think you touched on a couple of things, and so Commissioner Cerri is, you know, we have a tendency to view the county as, you know, what we can kind of see from the courthouse here, but when there's, you know, significant parts of the county that, you know, probably don't have the same level of knowledge and interest or concern around what's going on here, but they sure do out there, and we want to make sure whatever we come up with in that plan doesn't negatively affect them from their perspective of what needs to happen. The other thing I always worry about is getting broad community participation in that. This is typically what happens is you get you know, the STP, the same 10 folks show up, and which is good for them, but we miss out on a lot of people that could provide some value input, and we don't hear from them until it's like, oh shit, this is gonna happen, you know, why didn't somebody tell me about it? And you're like, well, you had a chance to participate, you didn't. So we just need to make sure that when we do spend the right amount of time and significant effort to ensure that we get as much participation from our constituents as possible. Yes, ma'am.
AnnMarie Lain, for the record, something I wanted to add on that is that there are innovative ways to get community input, and traditionally, being in chambers is not the ideal place to get people.
Donuts and free donuts and coffee.
Yeah, to get people thinking. Immediately they see a dais and a board, and there's this discrepancy of, oh, they're in the power, and it's a defense. People walk into chambers and they're defensive, and so, you
strategies of alternative locations, different times, different ways to engage. There's a whole science called
Yes.
nudge. How do we nudge people to engage in this process? Again, innovative, exciting, and showing people how they can have an impact.
Yeah, and I think that's where your consulting aspect, probably some facilitation, leadership that they're well trained in trying to break down that, intimidation factor that comes from sitting around the curb table here, so to speak. So, any other, Don, did you think of your other question or comment?
So kinda, I guess, so on a master plan amendment, it kinda ties in with the first question. If they provide that data analysis and, I'm just gonna use a scenario, say they wanna put a convenience store and that falls through because of the myriad of different things, and then we've changed it to allow for that convenience store, but that also allows something larger, say, a Target, like you had mentioned earlier. How do we deal with that?
So the data analysis needs to be specific to the zone change, not to the master plan amendment itself or the zone change itself. So, it's the applicant's responsibility to show that the findings can be met for that zone change. Again, if it's when they come in with a site plan, that's building and community development's purview, or if they need a special use permit, that's when you go into the details of the site plan. But they should be showing, those impacts for a range of uses and potential impacts.
And before you escape the chair there, obviously, tell we're in need of education and appreciate that. So are you affiliated are you with a private organization or?
Yes, I own my own consulting.
Okay, so you bill out at whatever, so I can't give you your phone number and have everybody call you if they have specific questions?
No, but here's the thing, is that I am the vice president of Nevada APA, and I'm
Yes.
clearly passionate about what I do.
Okay.
So I will answer
Okay.
questions.
So what I'd like to do is, because I know we have some very interesting folks in the audience, but to avoid any issues with our next topic, which is open meeting law issues and most of the agendas, can we get her contact information to make sure that folks like Christina and Deborah can reach out if they have specific questions? Without tying up too much of your time, which I appreciate that as an opportunity.
Absolutely, and Nevada APA has a website that has all kinds of information on it to help public and officials go through these kinds of things.
Okay, well, again, thank you very much. We'll make sure you get her contact, you can reach out to her. And that was awesome, thank you. I'm as confused as I was before, but on multiple fronts now.
You
so
guys
thank
have
you.
a beautiful community, and it's worth looking into the future.
Appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, before we move to
I'll let you know.
item number 7, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
trip up. Good. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't get any presentation.
But we have,
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
actually, it was dust on the lighthouse.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah. January, we get dust. I noticed that looking over the valley yesterday, it was miserable. It's sad. Sad, for sure it is.
There was all your multiple boards being themselves, or good for the trouble.
Terrorist depends on the site. I simply elected. Business.
That's true.
Next time we see her, she'll be in there. Represent. How are you? Good to see you. I'm already dangerous. In a different way. Danger to myself. So if you cut yourself on the bottom where it is, it doesn't rest in the
When was the last time you had one?
That's the booster.
That is a booster. I got you. Okay.
If you want, cut yourself on the bottom.
Yeah, that's how they read that every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Not a clue on them.
I thought it was on the other side of the door where it is, so I
Right, where's
just
that one?
get that is a little bit different. I always get it. Yeah. I was very focused on getting to the dog, and I take a look at one of our things, fell over, got me good, cut myself, never happened to go. Got me on.
Yeah, I did too. Never have from. One damn thing beats the other, I just don't get the. Especially this time.
Okay, we are gonna be back into action here with item number 7, which is a presentation by PACT regarding open meeting law and ethics. This is for information only. Wayne Carlson from PACT will provide a presentation regarding open meeting laws and ethics and information only. Good morning. Morning.
I had this presentation slide for,
Paper copy works for me.
all right. So we'll start out with the meeting law, just for the record, Wayne Carlson, executive director, PACT, which is your property line
Just real quick too, just so you know the audience you're dealing with, which you probably remember, but I think, Paige, you probably done a meeting long, I think everybody here, so this is somewhat of a refresher, if that helps your presentation, or catering to us, thank you.
So the basic legislative intent is that public bodies exist to aid the conduct of people's business, and the key thing is your deliberations must be conducted openly with an exception that I'll go through later. But without exception, all your actions have to be and if you're gonna address somebody in the community or one of your staff members, you gotta let them know that they're gonna be subject to administrative action, there's certain processes for that. So you were created by the Constitution and the statutes as a public body, so you qualify. But there's others that also qualify as public bodies that you should be aware of. And that's any administrative, executive, or legislative body of a local government. So if you create a committee that is charged with expending funds, or which is charged with just advising you, that committee is subject to being called. Now, if Don forms a committee, that committee is not subject. It's not defined as a public body. So it matters how it's formed. And I have an example for you. This happened years ago out in Lain County. Did the presentation, and then this very nice lady comes up to me afterward and she says, I'm on the beautification committee. And we haven't met for this open meeting. We didn't know we had to. Do we have to? Who formed the beautification committee? That's what I asked. They didn't have a county manager, so who formed it? The commission did. So for 20 years, they've been violating the meeting. I didn't know it. So that's why it's important for you to decide whether it's a commission that you want, a committee you want to advise you, which means they're standing in your shoes as far as evidence gathering and information. That's why they're there, is to do that work for you. They're an extension of you. If Don does it, he gets advice from them. He presents to you what he decides is the appropriate advice to present. Exception is, if Don is meeting with his little group and he says, hey, let's take a look at this. Just created a public body.
If he says what?
Let's take a vote.
Okay.
So he can have a staff meeting and ask his staff to take a vote on something, and he's created a public body which had to be properly noticed. Okay? So don't, the idea is to give input to you.
Don't do that now.
Yeah. You're the only one that's taking the input in and deciding what to present. Okay?
Question?
Yes.
On Don's committee that he's appointed, can he have a commissioner on that committee?
He can form it any way he chooses, yes. He could have a commissioner, he could have members from the public, he could have staff, he could have all. Now, if he gets the quorum of the commission, that's a different problem. But in terms of just advising him, he's the one that's gonna decide what to do with that advice. Unless he wants it. Okay, so I get this question that, what is the size of a committee? What constitutes a committee? Well, the legislature said 2 people. You can't have a committee of 1. So, no single committee members. So a safety committee is a good example. I've seen safety committees created by county ordinance, which makes them a public body. I've seen safety committees created in the auspices of the county manager, and they're not subject because they're not local. Next important part of this is when is there a gathering of the public body? That's when there's a quorum present. And there can be present in numerous ways with technology. have done this workshop based on an exception that we'll go through later, outside of a formal meeting, because of going to training, it wouldn't be there to achieve a particular purpose, right? But whenever they're present, you gotta think about the impact. So, what does present mean? Well, I had a commission that was 3-member board. One member was out of the country on vacation, so they had 2 members that could still make decisions. Came up to a meeting where they had some important bills to pay. And just before the meeting, that one of the 2 board members took ill on the hospital. So the question is, how do they have a gathering to address the important bills to pay? How do they create a quorum? Well, they arranged with the hospital for a time block where this other commissioner could actually participate online, by phone. And that created the quorum and they could do business. Rare circumstance, but I've seen it in other jurisdictions from time to time. So, they put all the action items, they bunched them up front so he could focus his time in a narrow window and then go back to getting treated. It's unusual, so it could happen. The key was that the public could hear him and he could hear the public. He could hear everything that went on in the meeting. So that's critically important. Now the other way you can have a quorum is what we call a walking quorum. And that's where, and this happened actually, Douglas County several times after the meeting, they had a feed of the top. Meeting was actually in. During the meeting, the feed went down. So one of the key requirements is that the public on both sides has to be able to hear when they're using mobile technology. Because the feed went down, they recessed the meeting. And for the chair, it's important to remember, we don't adjourn the meeting. Because then you gotta start 3-day notice. All those requirements go over again. Recess the meeting to get the feed fixed so they can still see it in the lake. So they recessed the meeting. During recess, 2 commissioners started talking about county business, which was okay. The 3rd commissioner walked over and started engaging that conversation. That created a quorum. And they were talking public business, so they were deliberating public business outside of public view. Their mics were off. The 3rd commissioner realized, oops, I screwed up. I created a quorum and backed out the meeting. But he'd already did the violation. So when they finally got everything back in operation, on the record, he apologized to the audience for creating the quorum, explained what they were talking about, and took the corrective action, correcting his problem. And that was fine. AG's one said, it's okay, you can't make corrections on the fly. You discover a violation. So that was an important element of this serial gathering. The serial gathering happened with the 3rd person of the file. So, can you talk? Ron or Mark, can you then call Jesse?
About the same thing we were talking about.
Same issue. Now, there's a potential, if you're deliberating toward a decision on the whole, in a violation. What happens if you decide to all get together for lunch?
We're not discussing people's business.
Right? You can have a gathering is kind of a public perception is that you're meeting like that, and you're really discussing public business. That's the perception. It's not necessarily reality, but it's why you're going to be cautious. Not that you'll lose an open meeting law complaint, because they're going to look at facts and evidence and witnesses. They're going to ask Ron, what did you talk about at that lunch? He said, I talked about fishing. You know?
Usually chopper.
Raining cows.
Yeah. So, you know, the evidence is gonna support you if you weren't talking public business, with the perception puts you in trouble. All right. This AB 52 in 2023 further trying to clarify this whole gathering thing by saying, if you do not deliberate toward a decision or take action on any matter of which you have control, then it's just not a gathering. It doesn't qualify as a gathering. Okay? So it's not a meeting. It's a lunch. It's not a gathering. That's why I say I can come and do training, and it doesn't have to go through public notice. Because we're not deliberating for the decision to take action. But it's fine either way, just you know, yeah. Now let's look at the quorum on the next page. AB 52 went on and said, or this would only apply to your committee. So section 2.1 would apply to a committee. Because section 2 says, one doesn't apply to all members of the public body or elected officials. So if you appoint a committee that's non-elected officials or a mix, then that committee, they have a vacancy, can still operate with a reduced quorum. So if you appoint a committee of 5, have 2 people vacate their positions, you have filled them. There's only 3 left, they can still function. The quorum is now 2 out of 3. But for you, the quorum is always 3. We had that issue come up just with training a couple weeks ago. And they had a committee, they were having trouble getting enough people on to get to the quorum. And which are the things that divisions are able to continue doing the business on a reduced quorum basis. So let's talk a little bit more about the electronic telecommunications. So it applies if there's a quorum present. There still has to be a physical location for the public to come to hear. During the pandemic, that was suspended. So you can have fully remote meetings. But now you have to at least place where the public can come and attend the district. Legislature will start meeting here very shortly. And there are some big BDRs and bills that have to do something to be able to meet. Well, we'll find out what. That's one of the big changes from time to time. So the role of the chair is to make sure that everybody can hear what you're doing. Now, what about electronic serial communication between board members? So let's say Ken emails Paige and says, I've got some cool information. I think we have to discuss this before the commission. Email exchange. Sends that information. Is that okay? That's 101. What if Paige forwards it to Jesse? Well, we start creating that walking quorum, don't we, through electronic means? So we have a potential problem. Especially if Paige Paige says, Ken and I have been discussing this sounds like a great idea, what do you think? That question triggers, and Jesse should be alert, wait a minute. That's a deliberation toward a decision, if I respond to that, yes or no, it's a decision, it's an action. Which is void, it doesn't matter at all.
Question, what about in that situation, so Commissioner Brooks has, so Jesse calls or reaches out via something that says, you know, and she's like, I think this is a good idea, and she contacts the county manager and says, this is something we probably ought to put on an agenda for the county to discuss it, and, you know, have a broad discussion and consideration of, is that okay?
Would be okay, as long as it's stated those two and not them. What about if there's an email blast to all of you?
That's back to law.
Potential for walking quorum is instantaneous. As soon as you send everybody, you're starting that deliberation. So what do you do there? Welcome to your intermediary. Because he can put it in the next packet for everybody to see, right? Should you forward emails? By and large, no. But create your own.
Can I back up just a little bit on the video conferencing, or video or electronic part of this? Is there any exceptions to that? Because an example is we used to have these retreats in outlying communities, but out there it's very difficult to get all this equipment out there. Sometimes it doesn't work when you get it there. Is there exceptions?
Well, there's not mandatory, to my knowledge, that you have anything other than in-person meeting.
Okay.
So you're not required to make it available by Teams or conference call, but you can, that's what computers are
But
doing.
if you're going to do it, it's gotta work.
Okay.
That's always a challenge. Further out you are, less the broadband capability is there.
Mr. Carlson, isn't it a requirement of the open meeting law, though, that recordings be produced?
Yeah, you have to record and you have to take minutes. So you have to bring recording equipment at least to that remote meeting where you're not gonna have electronic communication with anybody else. Take a recorder.
Yeah, but just to gather all five of you and your interaction and your comments, you know, if we put one recorder in the middle of the.
Especially when you don't have your mic down.
Especially when you don't have your mic down.
Give Christina to show up, she can be our official
Microphone.
recorder. Rural.
All right, so
I mean, first of all, the point's valid, is we seem to, you know, it would be nice, we may have a no-show, we might have to figure out how to do that recording, but it would be nice to have a presence in, outside of Winnemucca's.
I don't disagree one bit. I think it would be great if we can do that. The one thing with that, and I'm sure he's gonna get to it, is we can't make any decisions. Correct?
Mike, good job. Another area, as long as you have an in-person and properly agendized,
It should be, it's just another meeting.
make decisions.
That's interesting. I had always assumed that, you know, there was some statute law that the decisions have to be made within the county seat where we're at.
We'll just get all the tough topics that are in front of them, we'll go have a meeting out in Denali that starts like at 10 at night, get it all done.
Well, that kind of reminds me of it.
I'll be there.
Not be asleep like
For either release of all the open meeting law enhanced standards that we've had. City clerk of the city of Evatz told me he was 5 minutes late to one of the in city council meetings and almost missed the meeting because all the decisions were made at lunch. So they just went right down, motion second approved, motion second. So, the only meeting I was trying to avoid that. Okay. Social media. What do you do with social media? Right? It's part of the electronic serial communications. Here's my worst case scenario. Live case, action case. There was a private Facebook group, 2 city council members, a 5-member council participated in a private Facebook group. Anything wrong with that? Right, they could do that. Then a vacancy occurred on the city council. By a private Facebook group discussed that vacancy. And decided that one of their other members should apply to be in that position. Still okay? Starting to look a little sketchy, right? Still okay. Well, that other member of the private Facebook group got appointed. Stayed in the private Facebook group along with the other 2. What do we have? We got a quorum. And because it's a private Facebook group, we have a shadow government, right? So it was a serious problem. I was doing this workshop down there, and those folks did not like it. And I told them they had to resign from the private Facebook group, where they're violating the open meeting law every time they meet. One of them said, I don't say anything in those meetings, I just listen. What's participation? You're there. So the city attorney backed me up on this, told them they had to, one of the 2 of them, or 3 of them, had to resign from the private group and not participate. This stuff happens.
Is that only because, this Commissioner Hill, is that only because it's a private group? If it were, say, we were all members of the public Facebook group?
It would still be a problem, private or public. Private made it more secret, outside the public arena.
Even if they're just listening, we have 2 ears.
And they're not always just listening, you know, they're really participating. So yeah, you gotta be careful what groups you participate in. Note whether or not fellow commissioners are participating in any of those groups. And then,
We're gonna have to have a class on how to run all this social media then.
yeah, so social media, and I put a bunch of symbols of all the different types, and there's even more now. And so the same would be true if it's TikTok, for example. So people get on to these, well, like, I don't know if you realize, if you post on X, that's a public post, it's up there forever. And I was at a conference back east, and we had a presentation by a cybersecurity expert. And he said, let's see who's tweeting on the beach here on the far east coast. So he pulls up and identifies several people, because he could pull up names on their phones and then he can see that they're there. And he said, I'm gonna pick this guy, I'm gonna follow him, and see where he came. He followed his tweets from Indiana down to Florida. He noted each time the guy did a tweet, each time. So, it's very public. And I don't know if all the others are like this, but certainly that was an eye opener to me. And, I'm glad I never learned how to use this. All right. I said there was an exemption on deliberate, and here it is. This is to discuss and deliberate the existing or potential litigation. it's very limited. Now, this is near and dear to me because when I was a county risk manager in Washington County, I put in a bill to get closed sessions to discuss litigation. Because we otherwise would have to say, I'll brief you two, and brief you two, and then brief the last one, right? And invariably, in each of those briefings, there would be different questions that I'd have to respond to that the others would have benefited from during the response. They didn't get that question. So it was cumbersome, and it was also not as useful to the commissioners to really understand. So I put that bill in with Washington County, went to my first Senate committee hearing. My own senator, who was a railroad man by trade, he railroaded me out of the room. He said, "How dare you say this should be out in public?" And I explained all the stuff about, the private sector has attorney-client privilege, we discuss litigation, what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do it, what our strategies are, if we propose we should settle or not. All that stuff is valuable information for plaintiffs. So in our case, that couldn't be public. We had to do it in serious briefings. But he said, "How dare you?" So Phil died. That was in the early 80s. Fast forward 20 years to the early 2000s, and Senator Cerri, to his credit, attorney out of Las Vegas, a business attorney, not a plaintiff attorney or a defense attorney, but a business attorney. He discovered this, and he said, "That's nonsense." So he got this change in the bill passed unanimously. It's limited to threat or potential litigation. So there's two ways you can handle this. One is the attorney simply calls you and says, "I need to meet with the commissioners on this XYZ versus county. I need to meet with you today." You can have that meeting with the attorney just to deliberate. Now, that doesn't mean you take any action, but you deliberate on the pros and cons of what to do on that litigation. That's one way. It's considered a non-meeting. The second way is on your commission agenda, you would have an action for possible action, closed session, to discuss XYZ versus county. You go into closed session. That means the public is not in the room. You and your counsel are there, and it's confidential. Don't do what one city councilman did, remain nameless, but he allowed the plaintiff attorney to put a recording device in his coat pocket because he was longtime friends with the plaintiff attorney. Who does the councilman serve? The city, not his friend. He allowed that. He found out about it because our council was giving a brief to the city council, litigation brief. And during the course of litigation, he found out that the other side knew something that had never been disclosed. So he was violating office, among other things, but then you do that. So if you do it during the meeting and you want to take action, you need two agenda items. You need one to close it and have a discussion and deliberation on the litigation. And the second would be for possible action, XYZ versus county. That's a separate item. Because any decision you make in closed session is void as a matter of law. Void. So that's the two ways you can have it. The legislature, later on, I'll show you the definitions and finally putting in the law as to what deliberate action means. Nevertheless, it's limited. Now, I will warn you that I've seen a bill draft go out that's for this next session, which will change this from existing threat litigation to any public matter. beyond deliberation and into action, so you're gonna take action. So, this is courtesy of a Clark County case involving a Kmart, or Super Kmart, or Big Walmart project. The final decision out of this, that they had 7 members of the board at the time. The final decision was 2-1. Because of all the absences or conflicts of interest, because one of the commissioners was legal counsel, one of the developer, another one was legal counsel to somebody else, and so on and so forth. So they got down to the split decision of the minority of the quorum, right? So the legislature, paying attention, decided that's not good. You have a minority, split minority, decide on something like that. So it made all of your lives miserable. They're saying that basically, if you've got a 5-member board, you need a quorum of 3. But if 2 of them are gone, your remaining 3 positions cannot split the vote. It has to be unanimous. The matter doesn't pass. Okay. So that changes the dynamics, but it also doesn't prohibit you from bringing it back to the next meeting when you have the others available. But for elected boards, that's the rule. Okay? If it's mixed, the mixed board, like some of your committees might be, and just ordinary quorum, you got a quorum, you can vote, you got a split vote. But for you folks, it's minimum 3.
That goes for like planning committees and stuff as well.
Yeah, they're not, as long as they're not elected. So I assume you appoint like a commission, not like. Okay. So it would be the same, would be true for an elected GID board. City council. Okay.
But you're saying if they're appointed, it's not, they don't have.
Right.
Question. Just about the GID board, we said elected GID, what about an appointed GID board?
It wouldn't apply to the appointed GID board, because the law is specific to elected.
Thank you.
All right, this one, delegation by the board, came about as a result of an ethics commission filed against the legislator. And during the course of, it reached decision on the case, found the legislature violated the ethics law. He didn't agree with it, he filed litigation. During the course of litigation, a motion was needed by the ethics commission in the process of defending that case. They needed to file a responsive motion with the court. And the ethics board commission meets quarterly. So this deadline came in between. So the executive director and legal counsel decided to go ahead and file this responsive motion. The legislator, who was on the other side of this, found out about it and said, you can't do that, file another suit. Say, you had the approval of the commission to file that responsive motion. So, that motion got thrown out, and to go to the commission and do it again. Timing, procedural timing. So the legislature said, okay, we can do that, but the commission could delegate authority for such matters to be handled by staff between meetings, if necessary. If you delegate it, then it's okay. They haven't delegated it specifically, so they told them it's not proper. So, it's an interesting, probably unique to boards if we chances of the court saying, you're gonna have a motion, a responsive motion in the next 5 days, and there's another week before the commission meets, probably the court would defer. But otherwise, you could, by policy, delegate certain authority to the county manager, or to the county manager in consultation with legal counsel, or the county manager in consultation with legal counsel and concurrence of the commission chair. So there's ways to delegate. Now, this seems silly, but can there be alternates on the board? Let's say it's a controversial decision, you don't want to be held accountable for it, that's too tough. And you call somebody up out of the audience and say, hey, sit in here on this one, let's sit in the audience. The answer is no, because statute doesn't allow alternate commissioners under any circumstance. Now, my board consists of some elected officials that are appointed to serve on our board, and some staff. So we're a mixed board, but we also have our apprentice documents that we can have an alternate voting rep. So each member gets a voting rep and an alternate voting rep. The alternate vote in place of the other rep at any meeting. And we did that for practical reasons, because we're statewide, local governments all over the place, challenging schedules. Well, that's the only time we do it, is we actually organize to allow that. I did have a commissioner who used to abstain in order to not be counted on controversial topics. It's also not. Okay, you've been around a while, you've been doing agendas a while. I just want to comment on a few elements that you ought to be looking at for your agendas. First of all, the legislature prescribed that the language for possible action be next to the description of the item that you take action on. Next to could be in the front of or at the back end. And some boards say discussion and possible action. The legislature just said, well, the minimum is for possible action. No exception. If it's not there, you don't get to take action. Next, they prescribe that you have to have a statement on the record that you could move things around on the agenda, take them out of order, combine them, or remove from the agenda. That has to be read into the record at each meeting. And then, of course, the minimum of 2 public comment periods, one before any action, one at the end. Now, before any action item includes before you approve your agenda. That came out of the Incline Village GID case, where a frequent public commenter complained that they did the pledge, took roll, and then approved the agenda, and then did public comment. He said, that's wrong. The law says before any action item, approving the agenda is an action. So on a technicality, he was right. So Incline was instructed to change the order, which makes the interpretation apply to all of us. So you do the public comment first, then you do the approval of the agenda. If you do that, we'll go on the record. Some do, some don't. The agenda is published, it's approved. But most boards do ask, is there any item on the agenda that needs to be removed or moved elsewhere on the agenda? Okay. So the basics, and this is where, as a commissioner, you want to pay attention to the second bullet there, which is clear and complete. If you were to have on your agenda closure of road, what is wrong with that? Closure of road. Your agenda says 4 possible action, closure of the road. What's missing?
It's not specific.
Yeah, what's missing?
When, why, et cetera.
And what road,
Details.
what period of time, what time of day. So, yeah, so what you wanna do when you look at the agenda is, is it clear and complete to me? As if I were an uninformed citizen before I got on this board and learned that there's a lot more to it than just what I think I set out the audience. Is it clear and complete enough to let the public know whether that's an important item they may want to come and sit in on? I had an interesting discussion with an attorney who had been filing open meeting law complaints against the city council frequently. Until somebody convinced him that he ought to run, he himself to run and get elected. And they have an item on their agenda that says board reports. I said, clear and complete, is that clear and complete? I want the board to report on it. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna report. That's what he told me. I said, well, that's interesting. How would I, as a member of the public, be informed that I ought to come up with some board reports? Finally, I got down to, I said, what do you actually normally report on when you do report? He said, oh, public event stuff is gonna happen around town. Well, I consider. Well, if I'm not able to attend the meeting, wouldn't it be helpful if that board reports included statements about public events that are upcoming? And where I can get the information, would that be more clear on the agenda? So it's a matter of informing the public so they know, making decisions whether they will attend. He kind of backed off on that a little bit, but, you know, the AG's office is not saying we have to list everything you're gonna report on, but certainly on major things the public has been tracking and has a great interest in. It would be more clear and complete if the board reports on this project. Okay? So, just to the extent you can avoid the generic, it's better as far as informing the public. Clearly make sure that your agenda description for any action item is clear and complete to the public.
Any question?
Yeah, sure.
So we have an agenda item is labeled as public hearing. Can you limit discussion to the public?
A public hearing is a whole specialty process. It's a little different from your regular hearing. Your regular agenda items. There's specific rules for conducting public hearings. You can to some extent. It's just like with public comment. You can control the time. You can't control the content. It's not content, it's not relevant to your public business. In other words, if you, well, this happened, great public comment story. This lady would get up before this county commission and she'd read from a novel. She was free, so they could get the whole novel over a period of time. That's what you do. They don't have to listen to that. So they could stop her from that. We had another one where a county commissioner, where a guy got up and he was complaining about the school board. And the commission chair said, sir, we don't have jurisdiction over the school board, so we're not gonna take you for a comment about the school board. He said, well, they won't listen. It's not my problem. We don't have jurisdiction. I've seen it in another one where a public commenter came to the commission because the city council wouldn't approve, or he didn't like the licensing fees. The city council would not, he wanted the commission to do something about it. The commission doesn't have jurisdiction over the corporate city, right? You can't tell the city, one of my guys minutes to talk insanely. Literally. She was talking about blood in the river, body parts floating down the river, and stuff. It was just made no sense. As soon as the buzzer went off, 3 minutes were up, and she stopped mid-sentence. So she at least followed the 3-minute process, but they didn't have to listen to any. I think they just finally got to the point where it's not worth the aggravation. We'll just let her speak.
Lynn, I'm gonna just jump in real quick and ask you maybe to pick up the pace a little bit, but also to, let Weston, we can call you if you've got some additional prep you need to do at your desk instead of, I know you're next on the agenda, but we can come grab you. That'll help you out a little bit instead of trying to work off your knees and work off your desk. Does that help? Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, the agenda basics, this retreat needed an agenda, no matter what, it's required, just like all the other. All right, so your meetings have to be open and public. You have to do the reasonable accommodation, give the proper notice. They changed the notice requirements somewhat. And part of that notice is not only 3 days, but also that the person who posted the notice has to document the date, time, and location where that notice was posted, make that part of your minutes. Then there's, if you ever want to go see what other commissions are doing, or city councils, you can go to notice.nb.gov, and that'll pull up a link to the website for that other entity, or to an email to get the agenda. And you click through on those websites, a lot of times the meetings are available online if you want to watch one and see how somebody else does it. So I encourage you to do that every once in a while, to learn from what other boards do. Okay. Now, for violations, there's an exception to the for possible action. If there's a violation, it has to say for possible corrective action on the very next agenda after you're notified of the violation. And of course, the AG, when they do an investigation, they can subpoena the documents, records, and interview people and see what occurred and make a determination. But, like I said before, you can take corrective action at the time that it happens. Now let's go on to emergency meetings where the rules are suspended in part. So first, the emergency is disaster, fire, flood, earthquake, or other natural causes or impairment of health and safety of the public. So the Wells earthquake in 2008, example, widespread impact, including here, well, McDermott, in a building that got damaged. They, the city and the county and the school district were all affected. They had emergency meetings multiple times a day for the first few days. The meeting is limited to the emergency itself. You can't discuss other points, just the emergency. And you have to keep a record of what the emergency was and a record of the discussion of any action taken. But it waives all of the notice requirements, 3-day notice and all that stuff. If you're gonna do regular business, that still has to go for 3-day notice business. Okay. So you do the emergency meetings as often as you need to. They encourage you to get back to normal as soon as possible, back to normal cycles. Your minutes do have to reflect the nature of the emergency and why you couldn't get a timely 3-day notice, not just an earthquake or health and safety. What would constitute a health and safety problem? It would be a toxic release from the industrial part. That could affect the public at large. That's why it's important to have your emergency operations plans up, running and tested, so that you can rely on staff to take care of the immediate response and not have to have a public meeting in order to get things done. All right, next Next, you have to have the agenda, your ordinance, and any supporting material, at least one copy. For larger communities, 45,000 or more, when they post on the website, they have to post the agenda and the packet supporting it simultaneously when it's released to the board. So I would encourage you that when you post it on your website, that you post it with your backup, just because you know you're not the size of the mandates that timeliness is so important. Okay? So they're entitled to look at all those things. Now, because you have a county manager, let's skip these next slides, just to mention that they rarely, if ever, come to you. But you have one employee, and that's the county manager, and all the rest of them are his problem. Okay? So he has to deal with that stuff. He has department heads to deal with it primarily, but if they do something and there's a disagreement, it may get appealed or not. But unless your ordinance or personnel policies allow appeal to the full board, you don't have to worry about closed personnel sessions. There's one caution, if you ever have one, it is confidential, just like attorney-client privilege. Only the difference is, only the person subject to that session can say about anything about what happened in that session. Those closed sessions are fact-gathering sessions, no deliberation, no action. They're fact-gathering. The employee is capable of entitled to say whatever they want about what happened in that session. You're not. Okay. There are certain gender rules on that. Labor negotiations are closed, except for the final action to approve the labor contract. Any decision you take in the closed session is void as a matter of law, which means you can still put it on your next agenda for proper notice and action. But it's not, it's void. The next part of a closed meeting can't be held to discuss appointment of anyone to a public office or to place a member of the public body. That all has to be public. You can't have a closed personnel session on any of the commissions. You're the public official, your evaluation is public. Same for Don, evaluation is public. Obviously, the attorney-client privilege that may get amended, but right now it's threatened with pending litigation, and then this has to be discussed. So, here's the definition of deliberate, which is examine the pros and cons. Action includes an on-the-record decision, promise, of vote, a statement by you. It does not include secret ballot. Doesn't allow you to do a little written thing hand in so that nobody can see it on record. The public has to hear that decision. Now, public comment is an interesting dilemma. In some jurisdictions it's worse than others, but you can have reasonable rules of order. The time frame is 1. Typically around the state is 3 minutes. It's been abused. I know one board that went down to 1.5 minutes because they had so many people comment that they couldn't move forward with their agenda. But others went further, and they had this was a town board where some citizens gathered together, there were 8 of them, and they decided to repeat the same public comment. All 8 of them. They repeated on that and every action item. So their meetings, there would be 24 minutes of public comment from those individuals. The rest of the public had to wait until they were done, and then they could make comments. to every agenda item, and let's say you have 20 agenda items, that group of 8 will present 24 minutes of testimony. So those meetings obviously went way past midnight. And they did it to disrupt. So the question came, what do you do about that? Well, we talked about requesting that they just say, I agree with the previous speaker, state their name. They wouldn't do that. So I asked the AG's office, can you set a total time limit for public comment? Say if your rule is 3 minutes per person, can you set a total time limit? Because you can set a total time, you could say 3 minutes per person, up to say 1 hour. Then we're gonna move on to the rest of the agenda. And if you have any additional comments to make, you can wait until the second public comment period. So technically, you can do that. It's not normally necessary, but there are some times where it's out of hand. So it's important.
So do we have to allow for public comment at the beginning and at the end? And then the second part of my question is if there's a topic on the agenda that you know there's people in the audience that are interested in, if you allow them to public comment on that specific item, then you have to allow people on every item after that?
Yes, you do.
So we'll
You
do.
open it up on the action items, no one, you have to do it for all. So you can have it in the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting, and that's it. Or you can do what most boards are doing is the beginning of the meeting on each action item and at the end. And then it's also an option to just do it on the action items and at the beginning. Just do it on the action items and at the end. So you have some flexibility. Hope it gets really ticked off. They have to wait till the end to do other comments and all. So it's not a good PR. And they don't want to wait and just sit on their hands while you take action on items and just do it at the beginning and the end because they may have input they want to give you on the action item. So you're kind of in a dilemma as to what's the best approach with the public. And like I say, most jurisdictions default to 2 public comment periods plus on each agenda item. That's action.
And that would be the chair that would have to inform the audience or the public about it.
Yeah, and I recommend you be consistent, meeting after meeting, and you don't give discretion about whether he gets to have a little additional time. And you will get challenged from time to time, they'll say, I'm gonna give a minute and a half of my time to Joe, so he can finish his comments. No, your rule is 3 minutes, that's it.
So, I have a question, Ms. Commissioner Nelson. The example you used earlier about the disruption with the 8 folks, that jurisdiction decided to have public comment on every item. Could they just re-agendize their next meeting and say, well, we're gonna do public comment at the beginning and the end? Because they were essentially hearing the same thing after every. They just chose not to do that.
They could have changed the rules, and I know of another city that did that. They changed the rules to just beginning and end, because there's one frequent public comment or comment on everything. And they just got tired of it. He later ran and got elected to be mayor. He got recalled 6 months later, and then he ran again 4 years later, and got elected mayor and served full term. But he was one of those frequent public commenters, and still is.
Well,
So when they changed it, the public got mad because they wanted to make comments. And then for those on public access TV, the board bubbled too much, so they couldn't really hear. They were discussing on the agenda items. So
we do it at the beginning and the end. That's how we've been structured since I've been here. Well, that's published, so most of the time when folks will come in at the beginning and say, hey, we're gonna talk about X, Y, Z, this is my take on it, this is what I think, and then we go through that. It allows us to hear that, we know we're gonna get to that item sometime during Sometimes they leave, sometimes they stick around till the end and maybe comment on how the action went, but that's how we
So there, you have discretion. The minimum is 2 periods.
Yeah.
And the alternate.
Can I ask one? So those, with only 2 periods, those public comment periods, so right now, our agenda says the public has the opportunity to address the commission on any matter not appearing on this agenda. But they also have the opportunity to address anything appearing on the agenda, correct?
They don't unless you allow it, unless that's your rule, because it's a, and that's on this next page.
I guess I would
See, there's a board.
agenda item we talk about.
It says at the beginning, 4 action items, or after each action item, before you take action. So that if you're doing it on the agenda item itself, you would open the item to the board for discussion.
Got it.
And the board member could make a motion.
So it sounds like that might be something that might reference, discussing it here, we want to do more at the end, but still eliminates it, and not appearing on the agenda, continue on. As if they want to comment on anything, they can comment on it, and it would make sense that they're commenting on something that's on the agenda, so we can consider their comments as we approach, when we potentially use that agenda.
That's where it's really management. How you want to give it your discretion. I know there's one that went down to a minute and a half. Did that, said,
Yeah,
we added with a minute and a half, say everything about anything on the agenda. And if you didn't get it into that, it's a minute and a half.
We do 3 minutes and it's with discretion if there's there's multiple items, then the discretion would be, you could do 3 minutes per item if you needed to. But the way I view it is if you come prepared, you should be able to communicate your concerns around the issue in 3 minutes or less and still be impactful. That's how I covered my affairs over the course of my career. It was effective, so that's the way I do it.
Now, the problem is the discretion, because that could appear to be discriminatory in favor of one particular point of view.
Yes.
Versus another.
Very fair.
So if it was included on the agenda, that they comment on it, then can we interact with them? Right now, if it's not included on the agenda, we can only listen.
But in my view, you can listen and ask questions to clarify, but not get into discussion or deliberation. So if somebody said, I think we ought to, use my road example, close a road, and you may say, what road are you talking about? What direction? Or can you clarify a little bit? That's okay. So that's when you start debating, that you get into that violation.
Thank you.
Okay, and then whether you do it from the beginning or the end or on each action item, either way, it must be a period where they can discuss anything that's not on the agenda at all, and that's usually either the beginning or the final one, definitely the final one. That way they can say, I think this needs further discussion on the future agenda. Okay. Also, they added a provision in 23 that if you are in a situation where you have to continue an item to the next day, we have to reinstate public comment the next day as well. All right, so there is some protection for members of the public and protection for you during the debate. So there's some privilege, there's no imposition of liability for defamation by either you on your comments or by the public person making comments to you. I don't recommend it politically for you to make dumb statements. make off-the-wall comments that might otherwise be considered defamatory. So you have some protection. It's just not wise. Members of the public will sometimes make inflammatory comments toward you. And you can't sue them for defamation either. But, and this is in bold in this bottom section, it is unlawful to misrepresent any fact knowingly, testify. Now, this is on every legislative desk, the witness table. They will prosecute for false presentation of facts. So you have the same kind of protection that if someone lies to you while they're testifying, that there is some protections under the law. Okay. With the minutes, I encourage you to read the minutes. And I want you to be kind to the minute taker. Because if during the meeting, I don't want to empower her if she doesn't know what to do with it, but if during the meeting, one of you goes on a circular discussion, and another one says so moved, and another one says second, call out. Please restate the motion so we have it clear for the record. You should embrace that. It's gonna protect your place. Okay? I had a chairman like that. She said lots of times. Okay. But do pay attention to the minutes. They don't have to be verbatim. They do have to capture the essence of the discussion and the absolute action of the statement. And they're public records. They're gonna be kept for at least 5 years on site, and they're archived. The minutes. The recordings have to be kept now 3 years instead of 1, like it used to be. And then it can be destroyed. Okay, another thing they didn't point through, the Attorney General has to notify you when they get a complaint within 14 days. Before that, they didn't have to notify you. They can do their investigation and all, surprise, surprise. In addition, they have to investigate, complete their investigation within 120 days. Unless it fits in an exception, or it's just not discovered. They don't have to investigate if it's one of these off-the-wall people that don't have it, will not have any impact on whatever the outcome is. So there's no significant impact on that person, they can just ignore it. But otherwise, they have to do it in time. And then they make a finding, and they find whether there's a violation or no violation, and if they can say if there's a violation, they have to give you the findings of fact, the conclusion of the law that they based it on. And this is the unusual thing. The public body or its attorney has up to 30 days after receiving the finding of a violation to submit a response. If not received by the IQAG within 30 days, it shall be deemed that the public body disagrees with the finding. I've never seen the legislation written where you sit on your hands means you disagree. It usually requires some affirmative response, right? Unless that's the way it is. So you don't want to up front disagree with the AG's findings. Just sit on your hands and he takes it as a disagreement. But I think most of us want to say. Okay, so violations, I'll point you to the criminal sanction piece first in that box. And this is where you protect each other. So each member who attends a meeting where any violation occurs, has knowledge of a violation, and participates in the violation is guilty of misdemeanor. Now here's my crazy example, but it actually occurred. We had a little small district board. The chair decided to call an emergency meeting. What was the nature of the emergency? The manager quit, and the secretary quit. Does that qualify for an emergency? So she calls an emergency meeting. One of the board members who called me after the fact challenged her about whether this was a properly noticed meeting. She said, it's an emergency. You have to give notice. It's true, but it wasn't an emergency. So it didn't have to give notice. But it didn't qualify. She challenged her on the 12th day. Unfortunately, this board member stayed in the meeting, participated in the meeting, and voted in the meeting. So even though she knew it was a violation, she still participated. So all of them were in violation of the open meeting law. Nobody filed a complaint. I only knew about it after the fact because the board member told me about it. So, but all of them committed a misdemeanor. To be honest, the open meeting law at the end of that section. This next bullet point, the wrongful exclusion of a person from a meeting is a misdemeanor. That's the San Diego rule. Sam was a frequent public commenter in Reno against Mayor Griffin. In the past, he's still around. He was thrown out of meetings frequently, and he won this one. And they finally codified it as a wrongful exclusion of a person from meetings is a misdemeanor. Then there's fines, jail, and removal from office in extreme cases. So that's the criminal side. On the civil side, there's an additional fine of $500 for the first offense, $1,000 for the second. Now, this one, it comes out of Washington County School District, where they were in closed session, or excuse me, they were in a retreat, or no, a briefing before the board, before they had their regular meeting. And so they were able, so that was a public meeting. Then they started discussing qualifications of the superintendent, who was not noticed, nor was he at the meeting. When they did that, they were in violation of not properly notifying the superintendent, not having proper. They call him in to answer the question about his credentials, and he says, you are threatening to do anything with my contract based on what you're saying. I have to file a lawsuit. So now they had a threat of litigation. They could have a legitimate closed session, but they'd already done a violation. So it cost 6 board members $3,000 each. Civil fine. And 7 board members have to be out of town, so she's. Now, notice the last part. If they had gotten advice from their attorney, then there would be no criminal penalty or administrative fine. You got legal advice. So if you're in doubt, call your attorney advice. Avoid that essential penalty. Okay? So it's all about the people's business, and that's why it has to be about it. So any other questions on the meeting?
Any questions? Specific, first of all, good, documents, very thorough, so it's a good reference point, carry in our briefcase all. And then, we obviously have Tony to, like AnnMarie said, running down our legal help you out, so I like that. The next one is on ethics, and I'm gonna ask you, I've been through ethics training, on numerous occasions in my former career, but also sitting on this board. A lot of it, what I call is common sense, do the right thing, type of thing. So, is there a way we can cover this in an expedited fashion, just, for the sake of time? Does that work? Okay. Does anybody need a question break, or can we continue? Okay, take it away.
NS 281A. Two key elements of public policy is it's about the people's business. That's who it's about, not about you. You have to avoid the conflict. You had a duty to be informed about the standards when you signed up to run for office. You also have to make sure your employees are informed about the ethics law. We did put together an e-learning course on ethics so that facilitates getting the employees trained similar to, meeting law. If you have public power, trust, or duty, it applies. It specifically lists the county manager because there can be positions that are administered by contract. And make sure those contractors, not public employees, public payroll, are subject to it. It doesn't matter whether they're paid or unpaid, volunteer, or whatever, it's all going to apply. All right, next, the judges it doesn't apply to because they have their own system, and strictly advisory boards it doesn't apply to. But if they have any expenditure authority or control of public money, then it would. All right, so what are the rules? Well, you shall not seek or accept any gift, service, favor, employment, engagement, money, or economic opportunity for yourself or others to whom there is a commitment in private capacity. That's underlined for a reason. And the reason is the case that underlined with the U.S. Supreme Court of PACT. So it became incorporated into the statute itself later. And then the other key emphasized words that would tend improperly to influence the impartial discharge of public duties. So if you could be influenced by the item that's before you, improperly, not be objective, then you might be in a situation where you have to disclose and or not disclose or not. Okay. The next, because you're in a position of power, you should not use that position to negotiate for deals for yourself, unwarranted privileges, preferences, etc. For your own pecuniary. So, for example, if I handed you a promotional pen, $2 item, is that going to tend to improperly influence your impartiality? Probably not. Right? But if I said I got Super Bowl tickets for the next 2 weeks from now, all expenses paid. Because you spend it. No. Yeah, that's the rub. Because that might influence your judgment, unless you hate football. You don't ever watch it. You don't have the interest in going to bars. All right. You can't have a private source pay you to be a commissioner. Your boss can't say, your job is to serve as a commissioner. I'll pay you to serve as a commissioner. That would be a violation, obviously, of pecuniary interest. Whose interest are you serving? Public or your boss? That's next is bidding on the public contract. I had a situation where a contractor did bid on city jobs and wasn't satisfied that he was getting enough of them. So he decided to run for city council, got elected. After the training, did this slide, and he's, oh my God, that's why I was hoping to get more jobs. Can't do it. Then he says, well, in that limited circumstance, what is that? It's low bid in limited circumstances. Sorry. Limited circumstance has to do with sole source, being the only contractor in town. Your town is not small enough for you to be the only one. Okay. All right, next, if information comes to you that the public is not aware of, you can't take advantage of that insider information for your own personal purposes, nor for anyone to whom you're committed in private capacity. If the information is such that it's damaging, you can't suppress the documents because it might be unfavorable to your own significant personal interests or other interests of others. So if you learned about a new development, you can't take advantage of that by buying property adjacent to the development so you make profit. Nor if you learn there's an All right, the next one is using government time, property, equipment, or other facility to benefit your interests. This is the Kathy Augustine case for controller of the state of Nevada. She was impeached and removed from office after conviction. She used government time, property, equipment to benefit her personal interests. What did she do? She had tasked her staff in developing campaign materials, mailed it out at state taxpayer expense, made phone calls on her behalf for re-election. It all came to light, that's why she was impeached and removed from office. Now, does that mean you can't have some emergency use of state or county property? Say, an employee needed to make a copy of a document because they forgot to get a copy made to go to the doctor's appointment. Probably 1 page liner, de minimis use, that's okay. But if I were a county employee and said, I want to publish this great book, I need 100 samples, 100 pages of this book. The county's got a great copy of it. Do it in no time. I wouldn't have to go to all these copy shops. Not okay, right? That's using government time, property, and if I have a staff member do it for me, then I'm using personnel. Okay, so next, using your position to benefit yourself or those who have a commitment. This came out of the City of Sparks case. Councilman Kerrigan had a longtime friend who'd been his campaign manager for some 25 years and never charged him to do it. He did it as a friend. Grew up together, just was supporting his friend. This friend then had a contract for the city council. So Councilman Kerrigan did one thing right. He asked the city attorney, can I vote on this? The city attorney asked him whether he had any financial interest in it. He said, no, it's just my friend. And so he voted on it. The Ethics Commission disagreed. Complaint was filed, went to court. The Ethics Commission first ruled that he violated. He appealed it to court. The court ruled against him. He appealed it to the Nevada Supreme Court. They ruled against him. He appealed it to the U.S. Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld the Ethics Commission. Why? Because there was commitment in private capacity such that it was like it was his brother. And that was enough to cause the violation. So, just like selling goods to the public, you're on board with approving. That's your pecuniary interest. If your brother-in-law wanted to sell to the public, sell to the county, and you're in the approval position, that's a commitment in private capacity to somebody else's interest. Not protected. So, the sole source can get a deal, but it better be unique. And unfortunately now, with the advent of everything going on with Amazon, Walmart, and all that stuff online, it's hard to argue the sole source in your town. Nevertheless, if it's in that situation, then it's possible that you can have an exception. You still have to follow all the regular purchasing rules. The next one I'll just represent, you can't, and I've seen this happen where the attorney is on the board and then wants to come down to the podium of the public and represent somebody else's interest that's a private interest of his or client to the city council on which he serves. That'd be a violation, you can't do it. Same if it was a business agent or a sales rep. Suspend, the last one on this slide is spending funds to support or oppose a ballot question. You can't support a ballot question or candidate can't support otherwise. All right, next, disclosure. Disclosure is a friend. Think of it that way. It has to be sufficient to let the public know what the effect is, and it has to be made at the time this matter is considered. So you can't make a disclosure statement at the beginning of the meeting. Everybody knows I own the hardware store in town, and I'm the only hardware store around, and the county buys from me. That's not good enough. It has to be done at the time the matter is considered. Each and every time, even if it's multiple times during the same meeting. You have to disclose it so the public understands. All right, after you disclose, and always disclose when you sense there's a possible conflict. You shall not vote, approve, disapprove, vote, abstain, act, advocate, passage, or failure, but you can participate in consideration. Here's my example. We had a discussion on planning commissions, right? I had a planning commissioner who was a mobile home dealer. In order to place the mobile home after sale, he had to get a permit from the planning commission. Obviously, he had a pecuniary interest. Sale doesn't go through if he doesn't get the permit. So, he couldn't approve it, he couldn't disapprove it, he couldn't abstain. He literally was caught with the only thing he can do is participate in consideration without advocating. So he could get the facts about the deal, and then he had to stay neutral when he had delivered those facts. Now this individual was a somewhat animated personality. So advocacy could be rolling eyes or shaking the head if they're not doing what he wants. So, in his case, I suggested that he trust the rest of the board and leave the room so they can make an independent decision without him being accused of advocacy. He can answer factually what the details were and then leave it to the rest of the board. Because he couldn't be independent. Because the deal would fall through. And it was obviously had a commitment of private capacity to the interest of his customer. Okay. Now, abstention is required in clear cases where your independence is impaired. Not because the issue is controversial, or not because it's a neighboring hate. And you don't want to be on the record saying, I hate Jefferson. All right, so what is this commitment in the private capacity? There's a list here: spouse, domestic partner, member of the household, anyone related to the third degree of consanguinity. And that's whether related by blood, marriage, adoption, or domestic partnership. Employers, those people. Anyone with whom you have a substantial continuing business relationship as married. Then the catch-all is anyone with whom you have any other commitment that is substantially similar relationship to those listed above. So that leads to the third degree of consanguinity chart. And the ethics commission has a different type of format chart, but this essentially lays it out. Third degree, your great-granddaughter, your great-grandmother, your great-grandfather, aunts and uncles, nephews, and nieces. So I encourage you as office holders to write down on your consanguinity chart each relative that's in town that could possibly do business with the county. See if they're fit within one of these degrees. And keep that in mind whenever you're moving. And keep it in mind that you have to disclose particular. Okay. So pecuniary interest is obviously money, paying some money by contract. Now what about voting if you have these conflicts? Suppose you're gonna raise fees, and you pay those fees. That's the same whether you're a member of the general public or a member of the board, you're all paid, it's all paid the same. In that case, you disclose that I'm right there too, and I'm going to vote in this matter. You're okay voting. However, if it's a special rate just for you, or just for businesses like yours, no others, then you're gonna have to disclose and not vote. Because your independence of judgment would be materially affected by keeping your interest. Okay? So either way, you need to disclose. You need to disclose whether you're going to vote. You can, if your judgment would be affected, but it's gonna affect everyone the same, then you still can vote, you still have to disclose. And the disclosure has to be sufficient. So what does the ethics commission do? They'll do an investigation, they'll subpoena documents, get evidence, talk to people. They'll do a hearing. They'll recommend legislation, they'll publish an ethics law manual, all that stuff is there. And if it's a violation, they can report it to the Attorney General, or the state official, or to the local district attorney, all other cases where there's not a compliance. So the consequences of the violation would be this hearing and determination of violation, no violation. Now, the Ethics Commission a few years ago got the authority to issue letters of caution, instruction, or admonition, reprimand, or censure. There are different degrees of slapping your hand. They can also issue a deferral agreement so that if you get additional training on this within the next year, then we'll not impose this other guy and correct your behavior. And I was doing this training for that post, and one of the officers there served on the board and he got in trouble. Had an accusation about ethics, security violation of ethics law. And he was issued a deferral agreement, so he had his training, that's when he issued the fine. So it's not bad, this class came up, was my year was almost done. What are the penalties? Civil fines of $5,000. That would get your attention. It's a lot more than the open meeting law violations. And that would involve a financial gain occurred, an additional penalty of up to 2 times the gain. That's where it really sticks for egregious violations. And I'm gonna doubt that you'll get a second one after the first one of that magnitude. But if you do this, then of course they can go on to reporting for court proceedings. Now, our last bullet point on that slide, consequences. Violation is not willful if obtaining legal counsel advice. That's consistent with the open meeting. What's left, and if not contrary to prior ethics commission opinions. That's a different standard. Now, the Ethics Commission tried to change this law in the last 3 sessions. I haven't seen the bill yet, or BER, this session. They failed in the last sessions for various political reasons. This language would have been removed if this language is not contrary to prior ethics commission opinions. That was Councilman Kerrigan's problem. Yes, the attorney did it. The attorney's advice was not consistent with prior ethics commission opinions. So it created an unfair burden on the public official to not only ask the attorney, but then check the attorney's work to make sure that he did the right research to verify. So it created this unfair burden. That's why they were going to remove it. Because it ain't easy to search opinions. You can do it online, do word searches, but it's a cumbersome process. Anyway, that's the language that was going to be removed part is, had to do with just an approach to dealing with your decisions. So there's this plus principle in the Ethics Resource Center. It's called Policy Being Universal Self-Interest. So policy would be your ordinances, legal is state law, ethics law. Universal, what most of us subscribe to, and then self is your individual. So when I said Super Bowl tickets, those that are interested in football got ears perked up, right? That's a self-ethics issue, and it's also probably universal. Most people would say, and similar reaction, that's a pretty big gift. So just think about those, and when you're ready to look at an action item, there's some steps I would suggest. One is look at what the problem is, look at the item before you, and say, all right, is there a policy, legal, universal, or self-ethics issue related to this action item? When you identify the alternatives and evaluate them in the light of the same four elements. Make a decision, implement it, and then evaluate it. Did we get an ethical result in the end? So, the thing to recognize is that it's not about you, it's about the people's business. Keep that in mind, and not be in trouble. And then there's the leadership test that's been around a long time, and I just added the term ethical. So am I doing the right thing, the ethical thing? Is it right at ethical time? Is it the right and ethical way? Is it the right and ethical way? And then lastly, several fuel rights for nonprofits, yet the state and the board is ultimately judged by how effectively it achieves mission and institutionalized and again, and ethically. Because you can achieve the mission, you can achieve your purpose for being, and you can achieve it unethically as well as ethically. The challenge here to have as well as to achieve it ethically. It's a better legacy.
Alrighty, thank you. Final comment there about do the right thing, kind of the underlying concept of all of it. Commissioner Brooks, any questions?
No, thank you. I've heard it before, and I thought I'll keep your papers, they're done very well. So I appreciate that.
Well, I don't have any comments. Thank you, Lain, for taking your time to do this for us.
Commissioner Hill,
Thank you.
Commissioner Cerri.
No comments, I just wonder why we all ran for office.
Well, it's a phrase that I use, and I discovered it somewhere else, right? It's called overcoming peace of mind through risk management. So, hopefully we've shaken up your peace of mind enough to make you recognize there's certain laws that affect you differently.
Thank you.
Don, do you have any questions or any?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne, and, obviously, again, Tony was, listening to that, and that's why it's good to have, full-time help there, just to fundamentally do the right thing, and obviously, Tony, from a legal standpoint, can be a really good resource for us. And we'll err on the side of asking him as opposed to not asking him. So thank you for taking the time to come out and present to us, and, we appreciate that, thank you. Safe travels back home. Okay. With that, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll,
Eat lunch.
move to, agenda item number 10. Real quick point of note, agenda item 9 was Vector Disease Control International presentation on the 2025 mosquito fly season. The gentleman that was gonna present, came up ill this morning, contacted Dawn, so we'll postpone that probably to a regular scheduled meeting in March, so we can still get a jump on our potential issues in that regard. So hope he gets feeling better. With that, we will move to item number 10 when we come back from, we're not adjourning, because then we had Liz Grove. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. Thank you.
issue comes with they're not accusing themselves. It's more the planning commission than anything else.
Oh, yeah, look, I didn't know where it went after the jury thing. I think it's in here.
That we still do that.
I don't think it's that specific. It's all
I need to read that part.
Watch.
You're scared, you said? Well, that makes two of us. Scared, there's three of you up there.
I'll be able to use that on this new president this time. I'll never recognize. I'll be prepared to do that, so then I'll have a spot to do it.
So we're gonna come out of recess, adjournment, not adjournment, recess. Really be careful now. Should have thought of that. It's great. So Andy, you left out, are you gonna come join the crowd up here? Yeah. Okay, tell the team. So we're gonna go back into order here, and again, thanks for your flexibility on the timing here, we appreciate that. With that, as mentioned again, item 9 we'll reschedule for a future meeting probably in March. Item number 10 is the comptroller and treasurer's office position on historic revenues versus expenses for the county. This is for information only. The comptroller and treasurer's office will present that historic revenue versus expense, as I just stated. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tina. We'll
I'm
kick it off.
gonna start real quick, and then I'm gonna step back, let Andy come up. We got a little bit of a presentation here, and then I'll come back at the end. But I just wanted to talk about one thing that I had prepared, and I know Vector item has been postponed, as you said, tabled. But I wanted to just point out to show you where mosquito control has gone since fiscal year 2019 up to current. And felt it relevant because this is one of our audit violations that we will be receiving. I thought that we had plenty in our insect control budget, and then we got the bill for aerial spraying for June that we did not receive until July. So before Andre makes that presentation to you in February and you hear about that, you can see why it's become so difficult to even budget for mosquito control. Back in 2019, we spent a total of $206,000, then lowest year was 22, spent 92,000. Since we have contracted with Vector, we pay $32,000 a month, all 12 months of the year. So the first year we paid $328,000, the last year we paid $506,000, and then right now, fiscal year to date, we paid $258,000, and we haven't even hit the busy season. So we will be bringing a budget augmentation before you for the current fiscal year. Probably take it up to about $550,000, and then that way we know we've got enough to cover any aerial spraying. But since I'd already put this together, and I thought it was good information for you to have before you do have Vector before you kind of knew some numbers ahead of time.
Real quick, the violation would be for.
Over expenditure, well, we overexpended the budget. And so we could have augmented the budget, but when I looked in May, we were doing fine.
Gotcha.
Because we only have one shot to augment the budget, and that's in June. And then.
So if we would have augmented, we wouldn't have been found in
Right,
violation. Okay.
but when I was looking in May, we were fine, but our heavy summer month, and as you can see, the year before, we were at $328,000, so I thought we were fine. And, you have that aerial spraying as needed, and if you recall, I think it was Commissioner Hill had mentioned, it was pretty bad last June, and so we had a lot of aerial
When
spraying.
did we change, applicators?
Fiscal year 23. Yep.
I have a couple of
Does
questions.
that include, the Mormon cricket stuff too?
This piece is just mosquito control, that line item, but when we augment the budget, I can pick up both counts because that's all for insect control. So if we were under, which we were, and that's the other reason why I thought we were fine last May, because we were under in the grasshopper and cricket control, but over in mosquito control, so the net number, we were fine until we weren't, so.
Any other questions there? Commissioner Hill, please.
Well, a couple of questions. So our contract's for roughly $386,000, $32,000 a month. I guess it begs me to wonder, these aerial flights are you can't really tell. Do we need some sort of control in place that we don't have this? I mean, we've got to have some sort of communication and control. We can't just say, you're doing your job monthly, and we're paying you, but when we complain that mosquitoes are bad, and we just put it on away with it.
That would probably be a question for Vector. I mean, I'm gonna give you a budgetary number, but that's not.
Yeah, no,
Manages that.
I guess we just need to consider that, what are our controls and.
I can maybe touch on that.
Please.
Don Kalkowski for the record. So in my experience over the last year, when issues would be getting bad, we get a lot of public comment regarding that, and I think a couple times the commission has inquired about that, and with that, in addition to that, Vector also has a complaint number that people can call in, so we're kind of tag teaming with the amount of complaints. So when they are considering a flight to address some of these issues, they will reach out to both the city and myself to discuss this, and we will move forward with that. So that's the control. If we want to put some more control on it.
But fundamentally, you are managing Vector, is that correct? So the control is really through your management discretion, and if there's something that's out of whack, you would bring it to our attention. That you're on the hook for managing them.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, fair enough, we can discuss it in detail when it's agendized and when we look at contracting.
And Mr. Chair, this is split 70-30 with the city, so I believe both Dawn and Alicia get received like pretty regular reports during the heavier mosquito season that assists them in making that decision, so.
Vector has the pleasure of being managed by two
Seven
people.
could be me.
City's 30, county 70, sorry. Okay. So I'm gonna peel out and let the smarter people in the room take over.
Well, we know that leaves me out, so I'm assuming it's one of you two. Weston. Thank you, Gina.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rona Leckenberry, Humboldt County Treasurer. I just wanted to give you a quick, I wasn't sure exactly what you were looking for as far as revenue, so I just kind of wanted to give you an overview of tax revenue over the last several years, last 5 years since 2020. I thought it'd be a good time.
Can I just interrupt you with that comment? Because what I was looking for, I think this was one of my topics, was, you know, over the course of the year, we continue to see that the cost pressures to the county have likelihood to be higher than the revenues to the county. And we continue, we haven't raised taxes, we've continued to try to enhance our tax base or expand our tax base, as Michelle was commenting on. So I was just kind of curious, where and when do we forecast the curves crossing to the point where we need to do something to make us whole as a county? So thank you for that prompt, and sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to kind of give an overview of those main sources of tax revenue, how they're looking, how they've behaved historically, and then give you a couple other things that can then lead into Weston talking about how those revenues and expenses kind of correlate. So if you look at the graph that's in front of you, the top line is CTX, which you can see is our largest part of tax collected. It's been on a steady incline since 2020. So far this fiscal year, we are up about 2.62%. Keep in mind that CTX distribution is 2 months behind. So for example, in December, we received the sales tax collected in October. And this month we'll receive November's collections because everybody collects, then it goes to the state, and the state gives it to us. And there's about a 2-month lag for that. We just haven't received our January distribution yet. The average of the annual average, I guess, since from 2020 to 2024 is just under 10.5 million annually. It's at 10,454, 4501. It's with an average increase of just over 6%. My guess is that this increase really has been driven more by inflation. And as we see the Fed trying to bring that inflation rate down, I would not anticipate seeing that 6% average increase annually as we go forward. So that's just something to think about when you're talking about CTX. The red line refers to property tax. This is total property tax collected for just the general fund, including real property, personal property, and centrally assessed. Again, there's been a slight increase over the last 5 years. That's to be expected with the abatement in place. I'll touch a little bit more on that later. I wanted to make note that personal property makes up nearly 30% of the total taxes collected. Commissioner Hill had asked about that a few meetings ago, and so I just wanted to bring that to your attention so you can see that. Last year, we billed 1.2 million, or collected 1.2 million in personal property tax. For FY25, the general fund is expected to receive 2.799 in real property and just over $1 million in personal, for a total of 3.808 and some change. As of today, we've collected 78% of real property and 99% of personal property. Real property's at 78% because there is a fairly large fourth installment for one of our mines still yet to come in for fourth installment. We'll collect that in March. So I just wanted to take a minute because I talked about the abatement to just speak to that. Most residential properties in Humboldt County are receiving that 3% abatement for their primary residence. So barring any new construction, real property tax will remain pretty close to that 3% increase for the foreseeable future. Even if property values go up, you're at 3%, and in some instances, even if property values go down, you could still be at that 3%. If it doesn't come down enough to meet that abatement, even if I got a decrease in my property tax, or my property value, my taxes still might go up 3% next year. That's just how, that's the downside of the abatement, but Does anybody have any questions on the abatement? I think Andy's gonna speak to that in a little bit, but. So the green line represents net proceeds. You'll notice that in 2023, we had that major drop in net proceeds. According to the Department of Taxation, that was due to an increase in expenses to the mines. They rebounded in 2024 to something that is a little more typical, something that I anticipate we'll probably see, but we don't really know. I'm sure, as Commissioner Evatz can attest to, record prices in gold does not equate to record net proceeds received. So we don't have a number. We won't see that until late May at the earliest. That again is something that goes to the state, and the state distributes it to us. However, net proceeds is probably where you could see the greatest impact if there was going to be a rate change. If you were gonna implement a higher tax rate at any point, you would see it in net proceeds more than anywhere else. I did not include gas tax on this graph, since those funds are directed to the general fund. Gas tax goes to the road fund and RTC, along with diesel tax. There's been a slight uptick in gas and diesel tax since we put that diesel tax in place, but the road portion stays fairly stable at 1.48 million annually. So that's how much is going into the road. One other revenue stream that's not included on the graph, but I thought I would speak to, I touched on it a little bit in my investment update, is interest earnings. I just wanted to mention it because it's pretty interesting to see what's happened since 2020. Even though we're all tired of hearing about the COVID era, it had a significant impact on investments for a couple of reasons. When COVID hit, we were already in a very low rate environment. We still had some investments that were, at the time, we considered to be good at 2 and 3%. And we earned $486,717 in interest in 2020. 2 years later, in 2022, we only earned $209,000 and some change. And that was due to there being so much cash in the market that nobody needed to put out nobody needed to issue debt, so there was nothing for us to invest in. So we kind of had to pull back on that for a while. Now here we are, in 2023, the Fed started raising rates. We were able to put some more money into investments, and by the end of fiscal year 23, we'd earned over $1 million in interest from one year to the next, to 209 to $1 million. So I thought that was pretty interesting. We did it again in FY24. We're on track to do it again this year. The challenge now is going to be navigating that if the Fed starts to drop interest rates. We have about 1.6 million that's going to mature and reinvest at the same or higher rates. So I thought about that, but last week I spoke that the Fed was not looking at cutting rates till June or September, but now President Trump is putting some pressure on the Fed. He wants to see those rates start coming down, so we'll see what happens to that. The Fed meets this week. They are not answerable to the president, so they don't necessarily have to do what he says, but it's Washington. I don't know. So anyway, I'm going to keep it short. You guys have had a long day, so if there's anything that I didn't address, I'd be happy to find it for you.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Cerri.
Does, do you have guilt figure in this anywhere?
I do not have guilt in there.
What is it state? Is it state kind of flat too, or?
It's, I don't know if Weston, I think it was about 1.4, and that's been kind of consistent over the last couple of years. I think, I want to say it's usually around 1.4. Gina's nodding, so.
So, the risk of sounding ignorant or stupid, or both, what does the acronym CTX stand for?
Consolidated tax.
Consolidated tax.
So
So
it's
the X
sales
is
tax, cigarette
Okay.
tax, liquor tax.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ronan? We reserve the right to ask you more questions after we get the full picture from Weston or Zandy next.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Next, Supervisor, Humboldt County Assessor. I'll keep it quick. Do you have that 40-page slide I sent you? So
You can only use it if you're gonna read every word.
Every word. Yeah.
Verbatim, please.
So here we go. So I'll keep it short. I got brought into this, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I thought this was kind of interesting just to show property revenue and how my office can affect our revenue. So I pulled our top 44 highest valued, properties. So our top 2 highest valued properties they're both over 100 million. So one's a solar plant, one's a mine. One's just over 100 million, one's over 500 million. Just keep these numbers because I'll reference them. Then we have 3 companies between 20 million and 100 million, mining, and 2 manufacturing, and so on and so forth. So I looked at those and I said, all right, so what's a new grocery store? Where are we at with that? So we're anywhere between 2.5, 3 million to 5 million. So what's that do? That brings in $4,900 to our general fund. So that's not gonna cut it. That's 1/1000th of a percent of what we bring in. So 8.5 million, that's new truck stop we got recently. What's that do? 10,000 to our general fund. So 100 million. All right, now we're doing some stuff, 120,000 to our general fund. So we don't really see a tick until we get to the 500 million mark, where that brings in 600,000. So this was kind of fun for me. So you take an average $400,000 home, 100 million, we need 250 homes built to equal $100 million value property. We need 1,250 homes to get to the 500 million mark. So one property, 530 million, equals 1,250 homes. So that's, when we get 40, 50 homes, my office is busy. We're measuring all of them. We're taking pictures. We're doing all that. People are mad. 1,250 homes versus $500 million property. So that's just kind of, I wanted to put that in perspective. We get a new field stop, new truck stop. We got one almost done. Got another one on the works. They're really only bringing in $10,000 in property revenue. And I'm not saying only, but every dollar counts, but that's where we're at. So that's all I have.
So what are the pieces, and I'm assuming the $500 million one is Turquoise Ridge, Twin Creeks, whatever they are. Give me an example of what goes into that $500 million. Is it physical plant mainly? It's stuff that's got a foundation to it, or is it truck? Is it mobile fleet, or what else goes into your?
So this is just their real property portion of it, because they also have other supplemental buildings that they get for their new fleet and their new equipment, but this is real and personal property combined. So it's everything. Their leach pads, their the 3rd shaft that they just built.
So what's Marigold sit at?
Marigold might be.
I thought they had been.
See, I didn't put names on this. I didn't want to indicate myself, but I think Marigold is probably this 4th. Oh no, Marigold's an unsecured account, so they're not on this. I didn't do any unsecured, which would be, how do I explain that? So we have a secured roll and unsecured roll. Mills and mines accounts go through both. And so Marigold and Hycroft sit on the unsecured roll, which get billed at different times than the secured roll.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, payment wise, they're not where Turquoise is, but they're right.
And an assessed value or valued for real property, like obviously lithium's moving at a much slower pace than we probably anticipated in terms of getting real property put in the ground, if you will. What about real property that's sitting on the ground but it hasn't been put, doesn't have foundation yet?
Sure, so that's where we get a little tricky. It depends on if it's personal property versus real property. I do have some plans. I haven't really got a whole site review yet to know how that's going to be constructed. So personal property is acquisition in our county as of July 1. I technically could bill them if it was personal property on all that. I'm waiting for those. I've reached out and asked for those figures. But if it's not personal property, then we have to do an adjustment refund if it ends up being real property.
So it can change, it can go from personal property and then put a foundation under it?
From what I've heard I think it's gonna be constructed just like a solar plant, in my opinion, which I've done as real property, so I can't go and be unequitable and say, hey, we need some revenue, let's go with this personal, and that's not how I operate.
Right after our ethics training?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ken, I talked to you a little bit about this the other day, Andy, but the, man camp out there,
Yeah.
what I call it. Right now, until that's set up, there's no revenues yet generated.
Just on the land. The land hit one of our top figures though, I mean, it's, the land value is high, and the mine out there this year will get some land value to it, and some of the work they've been doing out there. I need to drive out there, I have till June, but, I know that they've been doing a lot of roadways and stuff like that, and we start putting that on as a foundation of the land value road.
Small peanuts compared to the plant that they'll eventually.
Right. And that's where that 500 million, I mean, and I don't have to be involved like you guys, but I know what's coming down the line, or I hear what's coming down the line in man camp. I know they paid the state $4 million in CTX, so I can, if they don't give me those figures, I can back into those figures to know roughly what it costs. We do have some heavier, bigger manufacturing potentials coming down. Saeco's huge on our list. Diamond Plastics, so if we do get an opportunity to get a recycling facility here, that's gonna be in that higher bracket of revenue, but until then, like Roma said, we're stuck to 3% abatement unless we do something.
Any other questions for Andy on the assessor's piece of that puzzle?
No, but it's very insightful. I mean, I like to hear that. Saeco is working now, correct?
Yes, sorry.
No, I just, you made a point of that the other day at our other meeting.
And one, maybe just a quick answer, when a company say a mine closes and goes into reclamation and closure, do we still keep the assessed value until they actually remove the piece of physical? If it's not being utilized for production, does that change its valuation?
Yeah, I think until it's actually physically removed, it's gonna stay on because there's a value and use to it. If they choose to sell that piece with whatever that
Dispose
piece
of
of
it.
property is, then there's gonna be a value to it until it is physically removed. And we don't remove any values until we can go out and see with our own eyes.
Thank you. Weston? Best for last. What you gonna say here?
Yes, so I think Andy and Rona have done a great job painting the picture for how revenues look, especially Rona's graph here that shows the trend with CTX monies, but then really the kind of the stable trend that we see with property tax and net proceeds is explained by Rona and Andy. And so I was just to kind of go a little further here, we have I pulled the expenditures and revenues for, I believe, seven of our major funds: the general fund, road department, the district court, library fund, capital projects, and the building reserve fund. So I'll take us through these graphs and kind of show a little bit more how these relate and correspond. This first slide is the general fund. Revenues versus expenses. As you can see, our expenditures continuing to increase and revenues do as well. And over the 5-year period, revenues have exceeded expenditures by $620,000. And Rona had pulled those revenues into more of a, she explained it more in detail, but you can kind of see the correlation here between the trends in revenues, kind of a lower revenue year in 2023, followed by an uptick in 2024. You can see net proceeds take a dip, property tax sort of declines, and while CTX continues to increase. So they do offset there, but you can see similar trends in the bar graphs presented. And that's just the general fund. And we can pull out the expenditures alone and not look at revenues. So you can see wages and benefits tend to be our highest expense, which is to be expected as costs continue to increase for everybody. The CPI is what we use to adjust our wages with the cost of living adjustments. So you can see our salaries and wages increasing year over year. Services and supplies, it has a little bit more volatility, but comparatively our salaries are going to be our largest expense, especially in the general fund. Following that, services and supplies, large ticket items there are largely insurance expenses, operating costs for the detention center, costs for conflict counsel, contract public defender costs, and mosquito control, as Gina presented earlier. And so moving on to the...
Can you go back there?
Yeah.
It shows that debt service, what kind of debt service would, I didn't think we had any debt. Not in current. but
Correct, yeah.
Forward.
And it doesn't show current because that's an entry that's booked at the end of the year.
That's our enterprise
Or leases.
lease. Yeah, we have to book that in.
All right. So moving on to indigent services, over the 5-year period, expenditures, or revenues exceeded expenditures by 68,000, and you can see where we had some 20 to 22. Again, was a better year where revenues exceeded expenses, and that offsets last fiscal year where expenses exceeded revenues by just a little bit, and that was mainly due to the nature of the fund and the services that are provided there. Mainly, increases in expenditures just come along with the care and support services provided by the department. And again, this details the expenditures a little bit more. It's not necessarily wages in this instance, services and supplies that are provided. So moving on to the road department, this is another one where revenues have exceeded expenditures by $21,000 over the past 5 years. The road department's made significant investments in machinery and equipment, upgrading a lot of old equipment, and just due to the nature of the fund, again, there's a lot of expenses associated with maintaining all the equipment and keeping the infrastructure within the county up to par. So there's the expenses pulled out again. Salaries and wages and benefits are a significant expense, followed by services and supplies again, which is made up mainly of the equipment costs, maintenance, things of that nature. And so here is the judicial court fund, the district court fund, sorry. Expenditures here exceeded revenues significantly, and this is just mainly due to the salary expenses here in the district court. And as you can see here with the expenses pulled out, wages and benefits are nearly double the expenses of services and supplies, averaging about between $2 and $2.5 million each year. So that's been the largest contributor of the deterioration of the ending fund balance for the district court. In the library fund, expenses have also exceeded revenues by $700,000. If we pull those expenses out again, salaries continue to raise, being the largest contributor of expenses there. And then we get into the capital projects fund. As we're aware, there's that telecommunications project that's been going on for some time that's driving a lot of the expenses year over year. There was a significant revenue investment made into the fund in 2020. As you can see there, that offset a lot of these years where expenditures have exceeded revenues. And we'll likely see that same trend to continue until the project's completed. And then the building reserve fund, the significant increase in expenditures that you see here, or in revenues, was due to the LATCF ARPA funds that were moved into the building reserve. They weren't necessarily earmarked for anything in particular, but that's what drove the revenues there, and we haven't seen a lot of expenditures until 2024. And so those are the funds that I pulled out and detailed a little bit. Happy to answer any questions if you guys have any regarding those.
For Weston on those slides. Good high level summary there, appreciate that.
Was that what you needed?
Yeah.
Is that what you wanted to see?
So I guess from your perspective as comptroller, treasurer, assessor, what are your overall thoughts, high level summary of how you interpret that information or the way you put it together, that data?
Thank you. I thought it was well presented and clear and concise. One thing that I hope to pull everything together with is to kind of just put some food to thought for the next week. And your agenda next week is our annual meeting where we have to determine if we're going to increase our property tax rate. And I know nobody wants to talk about that or be that commission that votes on that, but I think this next the next little bit that we want to talk about speaks volume. So Rona talked a little bit about it, as did Andy, and that's the abatement. So property taxes for households can't go up more than 3%. Commercial varies, but we've been at 8% for quite some time now. But the net proceeds is taxed at $5. So this next slide, maybe, oh you had it there a minute. So this is from our property tax amount from net proceeds that we received last year. As you know, the Marigold Mine and the Twin Creeks Mine are in the Golconda Fire District. That's that range there. So you'll see the total amount of taxes that were paid were $23 million and some change. The amount that came to the county was $4.4 million. The state's keeping the difference. So you could consider raising that property tax rate a little bit and being able to pull some of that, because it gets taxed at $5. So the difference between $5 and the tax rate for that district, and Golconda Fire is one of our lower tax districts, the state keeps that money.
How do we get it, what do we receive back from the state when they, what kind of, so they get an increase potentially? Or they get that money, what do we do to ensure we're getting our money's worth from the state in terms of state provided services?
This spreadsheet.
Oh, that's it?
This is what we get.
That makes you feel good.
Yeah. So, anyway, if you were to raise the tax rate or consider that at your meeting next week, and like I said, you've got a week, so get some time to sleep on it. But most people would not even see an increase in their taxes over what they're already currently seeing. You're gonna see an increase in taxes on new construction, as Andy talked about, with especially some of our bigger commercial buildings. And that's where we would see additional revenue and net proceeds. And the mines wouldn't be paying any more, because they're still only paying $5. They're gonna get taxed and pay $5. We would just receive a little more. Our current rate is 0.7512. A little bit over 75 cents per $100 of assessed value.
Where does that put us comparable to other counties?
We're actually one of the lowest counties in the state on our tax rate. Yeah, I think Eureka is lower than we are, mainly because they've got the Carlson mine in their county. and they receive the net proceeds from that.
So, Mr. Commissioner, I guess.
Yes.
So Gina, so what you said in a nutshell is it's not going to increase the taxes on our citizens, it's gonna increase what we keep from the state.
Correct. Correct.
I mean, how will the state take that?
Well, we still can't, even if we were to take it to the max, there's probably still gonna get more money than we are out of the $5, with the max is what, $2.68? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and I shouldn't do that. The state will be fine.
Why would we not make it a little more? We've just been being very generous to the state for so long.
Well, I think that that's based upon the time that I've been comptroller, no, the commission has never had an appetite to raise the property tax rate and take a look at that. But with the AB 489 tax abatement, most people would still only receive the 3%, raising their taxes at the most every year. Even if we raise the tax rate, they're still only gonna get capped at the 3% abatement.
Right, what's the catch?
And, well, the catch is, obviously, and the five of you are elected, and so are Andy and Rona, and, you know, there's always public perceptions, and, you know, Wayne talked a little bit about that earlier. You know, I've commended this commission all along, you know, going back to the graphs that both Rona and Weston put together, you know, we've made some pretty conservative approaches and budget time to cut things out, to keep those numbers right where they are at, and try to match the revenues to expenses as much as we can. I mean, this commission, since I've been here, has always been very conservative, and because of that, we're sitting in the financial position that we're in. I just don't know how much longer that's gonna work until you see that bar tip the other way. And so, I don't know if you wait. That's not my call, that's the five of you. Do you wait, or do you try to get ahead of it a little bit by raising it even a couple, it's 5 cents, 2 cents.
What is that? What is that, yes?
I will gladly run that number for your meeting next week. I just wanted to kind of put this out for you to think about that.
And I think put politics aside, which, you know, that is what it is, but fundamentally, if we get to the point where we don't have a balanced budget, amendment within the county, you know, it's just the will of the people or the elected officials that are expressing the will of the people is to try to maintain a conservative approach around our finances. But at some point, you know, you can only get there two ways. One is cut services provided, or raise taxes, and so, you know, it's, as long as the services we provided are no frills services are fundamental to, you know, having a viable and a good place to live and do your business, then the only alternative is to raise taxes, you know, so I just think it's important that we have eyes wide open, and if we're continuing to go down the road where we're plus or minus balancing revenues or covering expenses, then we probably don't need a knee-jerk reaction. But I think it behooves us to start to communicate to the community that, you know, that costs continue. One thing I know for sure is costs are gonna go up. What I don't know is that revenues are gonna go up commensurate with that.
Correct, and benefits, let's talk about that. We know PERS is gonna go up, law enforcement's going to 59%. And there's nothing we can do but write the check.
So, when was the last time that you had a raise with taxes?
I've got to look, I usually do this each year with our tax rate thing. It's been, oh goodness sakes, I started in 2003.
Okay, I mean, just in your household, what if your household income didn't change with all the inflation, or things didn't change? I mean, you can't keep doing that.
Well, we've been fortunate with CTX,
Yes,
like, you know, CTX.
That's been balancing it out.
Yeah, that graph that Weston just pulled up here, that's why we talk about consolidated tax, at pretty much once a month we talk about where we're at, because it has such an impact.
Yeah, so it's been shuffling into the even.
Roland Mary again, just to put on your radar, AJR 1 is in front of the assembly again, which is a property tax bill, looking at constitutionally changing the way that we do property tax in Nevada. It's looking like, without going into too much detail, it's similar to a Prop 13 type bill that California has. We know how successful California has been. Just something to think about there. It caps, again, it caps property tax, it caps your value. It's kind of where, this year I would still get my 3% increase or whatever, but going forward, my value doesn't change on my house until it's sold. And then the next person absorbs that increase in tax from the new value of it. Well, assuming values go up and not down, which typically they do, but we've all been, anybody who's lived in this mining community very long.
What's that number?
AJR 1. It was just emailed to me on Friday.
That would be.
It has to pass twice and
then
go to voters.
people, so.
But it's just something to think about, that people are looking for, a different way of doing things. Whether it's gonna be good, bad, or different, we don't know yet. But I know I have been at the county for 21 years, and there's not been a rate increase since I've been here. I am also a taxpayer. I don't like the idea of property tax going up either, but I'm pretty sure there's not many of us in this room that are still operating on what we made 21 years ago.
Mr. Chair, to answer.
Yes, please.
To answer Commissioner Brooks's question, we've been at the 0.7512 rate since 2005, 2006. So 20 years.
And Weston sort of touched on it earlier too. Expenses increase with CPI.
Just to add, I think that's really what the story that's told here too. You see what we can control and what we can't control in this graph. CTX is what comes in that we're, lucky to get, and we're fortunate that it's been higher. There's items that we can control too, property tax and net proceeds, which have remained relatively stable. If we go to our expenses, you see our expenditures continue to increase at the same rate that really CTX continues to increase. But revenues from other sources tend to stay the same. And that's the direction we're heading in if we're all going towards the same line that's remaining flat. We're continuing to go up.
Do you have,
Reliable business.
available, what we have as a general fund right now?
Available revenues or?
Balance.
This morning it was right around 14 million, just under 14, 13 and some change. But, like Rhonda talked about, we're 2 months lag time on the CTX. She just is posting, getting ready to post so the installments on the taxes, they sit in what we call a holding account for the month. And then at the end of the month, she will do the apportionments, and she's getting ready to do that now. So that's when we see that money shift from the holding account to all of the funds that it should go to. So we'll see a bump up because her installment was collected in January.
Last time it seems like we got close to 14, we started getting a little worried.
Yeah, but like I said, we're 2 months lag time, and then we know that the third installment hasn't been posted yet. And, that net proceeds figure, we don't get it until the end of May. Looking at what the state's projection, we hope it's another good, strong amount like last year, but, you just never know until that money comes in the account.
Okay, any other comments or questions? I think it's definitely something that's in our lap for appropriate consideration and some kind of position or action. And the net proceeds with these inflationary pressures over the last few years, the increased side, the revenue from gold price, elevated gold price, is probably not keeping up with not just the inflationary pressures of the business, but the fact that the ounces being produced are coming at a higher cost just because of where they're located. So, and I don't see that going away. So that net proceeds is definitely not a take to the bank in terms of any types of positive slope coefficient increasing over time. Commissioner Cerri, any other questions that might?
No, I mean, I just say that, you know, on the agricultural side, it's not a big deal, but, you know, every one of those ranchers and farmers out there right now buys tires and groceries and their employees and stuff, all spent here right now. The agriculture sector right now, for the most part, is pretty bad shape. You're not gonna see a lot of spending for that. So that's gonna impact the economy.
Commissioner Brooks, anything? Commissioner Tipton, any other?
That is all.
Commissioner Hill? All right, well, thanks for taking the time to put that together, and just as importantly, for you guys to come together with kind of a one look at it, that really helps, so we know we're all walking off the same, or singing off the same sheet of music, so to speak. And if you have any ideas, you know, as we go forward into this year, especially towards budgeting cycle, or even potentially increase in tax, maybe just some back of the envelope, if you did increase, this is what it would do. You know, when you hear Andy's comment about assessed value, you know, at some point, we don't need any more truck stops, because we don't need any more truck stops. And if we get them, they don't have the significant bang for the buck. They maybe bring good employment opportunities, and we need to consider that for our constituents too. But anyway, we'll see what happens with lithium, because that's part of the big player that we're looking to get some foundational stuff in front.
I was just gonna add, I'll send all this to you guys, so you have all this information, plus the CTX data that we shared last meeting, and the support data for all this, so you guys can digest that.
Commissioner Don, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that.
And I just want to thank you for the time that these three teams met last week for a little bit and put our heads together. And this is what happens when you have cooperation between elected officials and appointed, like we do here in Humboldt County. Not everybody has it, so thanks Weston, Rona, and Andy.
I would like to echo that, thank you, folks, for all
It
working
shows.
together.
It shows. Thank you. Okay, we'll close out item 10. We'll move into item 11. Item deals with our various trainings. This is public comment. All we do, as stated here, and maybe in the future we might change that not appearing piece on the way it's posted. But this is general public comment. It's designated for discussion only. Public has the opportunity to address the commission on any matter that says not appearing on this agenda, but I think in the future we'll say not appearing or appearing, since it's public comment. However, no action may be taken until the matter is raised, until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda. And with that, I'll open it up for public comment. And if you have any public comment, please keep it to 3 minutes if you can. I'd appreciate that. Looking out in the audience, you're welcome to come up. Please state your name, and when I say affiliation, you know, what your frame of reference is from. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Christina Carlson, Humboldt County resident. I just wanted to reiterate about the appeal that I filed on the Planning Commission's recommendation. And I don't believe I read out last time, the Humboldt County Code for 17.71 chapter amendments to title and plan, and in that 17.71.100 appeals, an action or ruling of the Planning Commission pursuant to this title may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners within 10 business days after the Planning Commission has rendered its decision. A written appeal shall be filed with the Board of County Commissioners. If the appeal is not filed within the 10 business day period, the decision of the Planning Commission shall be final. If the appeal is filed, the Board of County Commissioners shall receive a report and recommendation thereon from the Planning Commission and hold a public hearing on the appeal. I also gave County Manager Don Kalkowski the NRS, which states that actually the response to the appeal is supposed to be not more than 60 days. And in the NRS, it states for the counties with populations under 700,000. So I'm still waiting for that appeal. I just want to make sure that it was not forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Any other public comment in the room? Sheriff, you're probably here as a tour guide, I'm assuming. No public comment from the sheriff. Any public comment online, and then I have one other item to close out today's meeting. No public comment online? Okay, with that, we're gonna move to item.
Tony, did you have something?
No.
Hey, Tony, thank you again for your active participation, even if it's just at least us seeing you and knowing that you're paying astute attention. Going back to the statement earlier, we'll just make the assumption that if something comes up, that must be my background through him. Can you mute yours, Tony, while I finish your, thank you. Just if, don't hesitate to butt in. If you're butt-in-ski, will help us out in terms of maintaining open meeting law credentials and also any aspects of ethics. So thank you for your active participation, even if it's in silence. We're going to adjourn, and then the meeting actually includes on the agenda inspection of the Humboldt County Detention Center. This is information only, and the commissioners are going to take a tour to the adult detention facility. I'm not going to make it today, but as a requirement, I'll speak up with you at a future time to ensure that my requirements have been met. And with that, I'll have Ron Cerri as vice chairman. If there's anything if there's a tasting of the steam table and some steamed chicken, I'll let him take my vote as well. So with that, we'll close out, adjourn this meeting, and have a safe tour of the detention center. Thank you.